Welcome. We're going to get started in just a few minutes. Somebody said YouTube has no sound. Those of you who are on YouTube, let me ask, can you hear me? If you can hear me, say that you can hear me. That's at least over on YouTube. I want to make sure everybody is able to hear clearly. Yes, people are hearing. So welcome, welcome, welcome. Some folks are saying YouTube is good. So we're going to go over to YouTube in just a while. So those of you who are on Instagram, our Instagram link for some reason is not working, and we've got to do a workaround. So we're going to work around by going over to the next realm, the next dimension, the next space. Things happen in life, and you got to be ready, willing, and able. Are you ready? Are you willing? Are you able? So first of all, I'd like to welcome everybody here who is here. My highest choice is that those of you who are on Instagram can hear me. In fact, maybe I should plug in the microphone. Let's do it this way. It's one thing about life. There's always some changes that we need to make. I think that may be better. Okay, can you hear me over there on Instagram? Can you hear? And those of you who are on YouTube, it looks like you can hear loud and clear. Good. Welcome to our collective cleanse day 1. And today is a very special day. It's the 11th of January. So that's a master number, 11, which has to do with the beginning. A master number means it's not just the beginning, it's the double beginning, or it's a quantum beginning, or the new you, the 11, the elevated you, the elevated we, as we elevate together. So I'd like to welcome you to this platform, or this new way of broadcasting. We're testing it out. This is an experiment at, actually all of life is technically an experiment. There is no perfect truth. There's no perfect way. There's no one way. There are many paths, and we are way seekers, way finders. We are searching towards the best life possible for ourselves as a collective. And we're here to look at ourselves and go inward, introspection. And today we're going to be talking about cleansing, detoxification. We're going to be doing a collective cleanse, and I'll be starting it today. My highest choice is that all of you will start it today, or you'll start it sometime in the next few weeks. Some folks have ordered their program and it hasn't come yet. That's okay. You start when you can, but at least you'll have this reference to go back to. Okay, good. It looks like we've got a lot of people online. So those of you who are just joining on Instagram, our Instagram link is not working. So I'm using my phone and I'm actually in the program. So I'm only going to be on Instagram for a short time before we all move over to YouTube. So that's Doctah Be Serious on YouTube. Okay. So whatever cleanse you're doing, whatever you'd like to do, whatever is best for you, is that the thing is that we're doing all this together. We're moving together in tandem, in rhythm. First of all, I'd like to say we're in a very trying time, a very special time. And as many of us know, there are changes going on the planet that are unprecedented. Let me move this just a bit. Give me a second to get so I can be more. Yeah, there we go. A little more uniform. There we go. So there's earth changes, personal changes. financial changes, emotional changes, physical changes happening on the planet right now. As many of you know, there has been some unprecedented situations happening in California, specifically in the Los Angeles area, where I reside part of the time. And what we're seeing is just, there's really no words to describe what some people are experiencing right now. So many people have lost their physical things. Some people have lost their physicality. Fire, wind. It's almost no way to describe what we're seeing, and we're not even seeing it all. We have no idea how deep this situation is. It's not just the Los Angeles area. As you know, there was a huge fire in Ghana, in the big marketplace there. There's change going on everywhere in what they're calling Palestine, what they're calling Southeast Asia. Asia Major, Asia Minor is the planet. Asia Major is the planet. Asia Minor is what they call the Orient. All over the planet, we're seeing deep changes, serious changing and shift. New York, there's things happening in every city. Chicago, Detroit, Panama, Jamaica, all over the earth. We're being tested. Not just what they're showing you on the news, not just where they point the camera, not just what you hear about on the social media. This planet, our solar system, is always in a state of change. Right now, I'm in Atlanta and I'm looking out, and we received about 3 inches of snow where I am, and that's actually more snow than, remember we had I think it was 2014, there was this, what they calling it? Snowmageddon, like Armageddon, but it was Snowmageddon. But I think folks may have been more prepared this time, so it's not such a crazy situation. But there's a lot of people here that don't have heat. There's people that don't have electricity. There's people that don't have a roof. There's freezing weather all across what they're calling North America. But what's not being reported is about the fires, the rain, the heat, the snow, the droughts all over Mother Earth. I turned on the news last night, and what I saw was just blew me away. Places that I would go, all the places that I would hike in Los Angeles are gone. There's 3 major places, one in Altadena, one in the Hollywood Hills, and one out by the beach. Those places are burned. The destruction, it's just ash, cars, parts, metals melted. No one was ready for this. 100-mile-an-hour winds. We've never heard of fire hurricanes, hurricane force winds that are not just going in, one direction. A lot of times in the past, what they call the Santa Ana winds is the winds are blowing in one direction. But this year they were swirling and turning and changing. And this hit areas where folks didn't think that this would happen. I hear some folks saying, well, it hit the wealthy. Well, see, that's because you are watching a lot of the news. This hit a lot of people, folks who had homes in these areas so far back that they were basically there forever, especially in Altadena, California. Altadena was one of the places where, a lot of the, brown and copper people and carbon-based people, as you like to call them today, a lot of us could only live in this area called Altadena. So the homes were not expensive back in the day. Beautiful homes up on the hill and beautiful area, Altadena, but a lot of that is gone. People are still missing. Folks have lost so much. And the reason why it hits so hard if you're in North America is because we kind of, it's North America. It's not far. We sometimes feel it when it's close to home. But the whole planet is our home. This whole place it's one place. We all live on this one entity, this one spaceship, this one mothership, Gaia, Earth, the third rock from the sun. And she's shifting, she's quaking. And this is what happens when change is upon us. So as we look at the news and we look at what's going on in California, named after the great goddess Kali, also look at what's happening across the United States. How many homeless people have all of a sudden found themselves without a roof in just since 2020? There's people that have nothing and are attempting to have something. It's not just California. It's not just the cities and the inner cities. There's people going without food and people going without blankets all across the United States, all across North and South America, all across what you call Africa, Asia, Europe, Australia, and the islands, the Pacific Islands. Some folks still haven't totally recovered from the fires in Hawaii, the fires in Australia, the fires within us individually. It's a collective inflammation happening. Inflammation. When you have inflammation, that's when the tissue gets hot. This is a part of alchemy. Alchemy is the transmutation, the shift and the transformation of things. We are going through a great transformation. Everyone collectively. And I hear some people talk about, well, we saw some UFOs. It was the aliens and it was the drones did it. And, they started naming different political entities who might be involved. And, everything that happens, all of a sudden, it's a conspiracy. Have you noticed that? We lose great ones and all. It's a conspiracy. They got them. Fire, it's a conspiracy. They did it. Rain, they're controlling the weather. They did it. What are we individually doing? That's the question. What are we individually doing to create this paradigm, this space? We are a collective. And what we're feeling is collective frustration, collective anger, collective sadness and pain and despair and depression. That radiates from us and becomes the weather. And there's some days when the weather is much better. And that's a collective consciousness too. We can change the weather. We're talking about how they've got weather, controlling devices. We do too. We are helping to create the weather. We are co-creators. We are collectively creating climate change. We are heating up the atmosphere. We are causing the continents to sink. It's easy to shift the blame and to be victim and to vote victocrat. We do that really quickly because a lot of times we are not ready to look inside ourselves and go inward and see what is on fire in us. What is inflamed in us? What do we need to extinguish? What do we need to clear out and cleanse away so that we might elevate? Those of you who are just joining in right now on Instagram, we're going to end this particular program in just a minute, this broadcast, and move over to YouTube. So that's Doctah B Sirius, Sirius on YouTube. And we're going to be starting our collective cleanse today. So if you'd like to join in or at least hear about it and, be a part of that collective, then please go over to YouTube, because our Instagram link right now is not working. I'm actually streaming on my phone and on our broadcast channel that's going out to the world. So just think for a minute. We keep hearing about the shifting ages and the shifting times. Things are changing. We're going into a new time. We're moving towards the golden age. Do we think that's just going to be an easy thing and all of a sudden, boom, we're there? No. Anytime you're moving from one space to another, there's going to be some resistance. There's going to be some change. There's going to be some challenges. What do you think it takes for oil to turn into coal and then turn into diamonds? It's heat, it's pressure. When we move through the shifting of ages, it will be a serious challenge for us all. The question is, are you ready for that? As we begin this new Gregorian 2025, you can see it's starting off with fire. Is this the fire next time that was spoken of in the holy books? The collective fire in all of us? Check your ego as you're pointing the fingers and saying they, because then you become a victim. It's we. We all are a part of this. We all are a part of this. Unprecedented storms, floods, quakes, fire. This is an unprecedented time, and we're in it together. So let's stop tripping, ego tripping over each other, and looking outward to blame somebody, some devil, some evil, some inner me, inner us. We're going through collective transformation. Nobody said this was going to be a cakewalk, as they used to call it. What is a cakewalk? And they say they have these sayings, a cakewalk. What is a cakewalk? Dr. B, it's no cakewalk out there. What is a cakewalk? You ever think about these sayings and what they really mean? Maybe people used to walk and eat cake. I don't know if that's healthy. It's good to walk after you eat cake. In fact, it'd be good to take 100 steps after you eat anything. Collective transformation is what we're witnessing. For those of you over there on Instagram, please go over to YouTube in just a few minutes. We're going to start talking about the cleansing and the detoxification, not just on a physical level, but on a mental, spiritual, emotional level. Because this is what it's going to take, a collective detoxification from the old ways. We in no way can run away from ourselves. I've been talking to people that say, I'm leaving the United States. Well, where are you going? Wherever you go, there you are. There we are. Your stuff. You pack your stuff, don't you? What is your stuff? What are your collections? What do you have? Sometimes people who go through these situations lose their stuff and they just have their lives. And now they have to work on rebuilding. And that's a challenging time. It's painful sometimes to watch your stuff be gone. Pictures, jewelry, memories, paperwork, recordings, studios. I have several people who are out there dealing with studios. In fact, we have a studio where I have some equipment, some ancient old school equipment in Altadena, and we don't even know if it's there. I haven't been able to contact them. Nobody has answered. This is in Altadena. I have some personal, very, very old antique recording equipment that you can't even find it. They're one of a kind pieces. They may be gone. We don't know. And this is why each day, doing your best, keeping your word, not assuming, minding our business, finding as much joy as possible. Experiences, we can have experiences. We can own experiences and keep experiences. Whether they're good or bad, you get to keep them. That's up to you. But some of the physical stuff that we've been holding on to, because this has become a very physical thing here, how we look. We put on all this stuff to make us look a certain way, all the fake up just to look a certain way, because we're so used to Hollywood and looking at what it looks like we have, making it look like we have a lot. All we really have is our experiences. We have our spirit. We have our soul. And the soul lives on even outside of the physicality of your body, of our bodies. So just think and remember, you can't run away. It's a great song by Sly and the Family Stone. I can't remember the name of it, but the lyric is running away to get away. Ha, 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 ha. You're wearing out your shoes. You can't run from yourself. We can't run from this. Folks, I have friends who've gone to all these other countries and where it's supposed to be better. I'm getting out of America. And then they call and they say, man, it's crazy over here too. There's stuff over here I got to deal with. Poison spiders. Guy was telling me, spiders everywhere where I am. I got to come back to the United States. I've never seen so many spiders. Beautiful place. Wonderful flora and fauna. The weather is amazing, but the poison spiders. There's always going to be something that challenges us. It's no way to run. Be the best wherever you are. And when it's time to shift, and when the universal creative God says it's time to go, it's time to go. But you'll know. But what we're saying is, let's stop running from ourselves and do the internal work. Healing hurts, y'all. Healing really hurts. I can say from the life of Dr. B, just in the last years, healing is an uncomfortable situation. But when you put yourself in an uncomfortable zone and ride with it, you become a rider. Because that's what it takes to heal. If you hurt your arm or your leg, or you've gone through an operation, there's going to be pain while the healing is happening. Don't just be stiff. And don't move it. Don't move that arm. No, after a while, you've got to move it. You've got to get moving, because the moving creates the cells that fix broken cells. The healing happens through healing, right, of those cells by what? Exchange of energies, transformation of energies, augmentation of energies. The earth is cleansing and detoxifying, and we must be ready. Have some emergency things, candles, first aid kits. They've even got those wind up radios now, or I've got some wind up flashlights. You wind them up to get light. Sometimes we've got to wind ourselves up to create light. But be careful where you point your light. Be careful who you point the finger at. Be careful how much shade you throw. And be careful with this always looking for the victim, because you might be the enemy within. You see, we were living in an anthropomorphic age where God and even spirituality is outside of us. Anthropomorphic. Looking out. Everything is out there. Did you know that your subconscious mind can't perceive or conceive of anything outside of itself? I'm going to say it again. Your subconscious mind cannot perceive or conceive of anything outside of self. It's all in you. You're every woman, it's all in you. You're every man, it's all in you. Everything that everybody is, the they is all in all of us. They live in us all. It's a collective consciousness, y'all. This has been happening over and over. The earth has been through changes. There's been loss and gain and loss and gain. There's this ebb and flow, and it's waxing and waning. Nature is never the same. Nothing ever happens exactly the same. History never repeats itself exactly the same. It may seem similar, but this particular thing that's happening now in the way it's happening has never happened. These swirling tornado and hurricane-like winds that they're experiencing, or were experiencing a couple days ago, has never happened. And why did a lot of this happen on Pineal Day? It began on Pineal Day, when there was an alignment that happened to help that pinealine. And a lot of you who don't know about it, please go to elevationtime.com. Elevationtime.com is our website. And you can actually get the presentation if you become a member, become a gold member, and you can get the presentation about the pineal gland and about what happens on pineal day. I also talked about it on God Power 2 or God Power 1. No, God Power 1. We talked about the true Christmas, the real Christmas, the cosmic Christmas, not the real Christmas, because everybody has their own version and view of what Christmas is. And that's okay. Let people have their own belief. That let folks follow the path that they'd like to follow. And nobody, died and left you God, where your ego says that this is the only way. There are many perspectives. So what we're going to do is we're going to shift over in just a few minutes to just YouTube. So those of you who would like to join us, please go over to YouTube and also subscribe. Excuse me. That's right. I'm human too. But before we go over to the YouTube channel, since we have everybody here right now, let's do a collective prayer. Get quiet and begin to breathe in through your nose and out through your mouth like you're whistling. I'm a little congested today. Even though the heat is on high, there's not enough heat. Let me sniff a little eucalyptus. In through your nose, out through your mouth like you're whistling. And let's come together. Let go of your old mind. Let go of the part of us that makes us feel separate. And let's all join in a collective prayer, if you'd like to call it that, meditation. Open your heart. And let your heart become a beacon. Just imagine your heart beginning to glow. Like a lighthouse. A lighthouse is always blinking, sending Morse code to everything on the horizon. The lighthouse does not wait for a boat to arrive. A lighthouse is always blinking, giving you guidance so that you might know where the shoreline is, helping guide you towards a destination, a goal. We are all lighthouses today. And use that light to send energy to those who are going through the shift and the change, pain and loss and illness, those who may have less, and even those who think they have more. It's all an illusion. Use your imagination. It's one of the most powerful things that we have. And we come together as a collective, as a nation, an imagination, a nation of those imagining the best. As you breathe deeply and illuminate your heart, clear your heart, and dig down and find the love that we all have, even if it's buried. Let's bring it out for this time. In all of us, there is the core of ourselves, which has a divinity code in it. All of us have it. And we must allow ourselves to tap into the divinity code and no longer wait on prophets and angels and demigods. We must become the lighthouse. Send energy to the West Coast, the East Coast, the North, the South. Send energy around the world from our hearts together collectively. We are not disconnected from what's happening. We're all feeling it. Let the feeling flow. Let the emotions flow. Let the tears flow. Let the divinity grow. Remove the lines, the fences, the illusions of separation. We are one. Feel it. Let the ocean take away the ego trip, the me-go trip. Let's ride on the we-go trip together as a collective. Just pray for those in our type of discipline. Prayer is being grateful in advance. Let's not beg. Let's feel it as if it's already happened. Be grateful as if it's already happening. Healing has already happened. Rebuilding has already happened. Detoxification is already happening. Deep, deep, deep inner healing is already happening. Healing of the mind, body, soul, and spirit is already happening. Imagine it now. Be the lighthouse. Allow your heart to glow and send out and emit a beacon everywhere for everyone in every now, in this moment. And keep breathing. We're going through this together. There's a fire in all of us. There is freezing cold in all of us. Fire and ice. Fire and ice. As the ages shift, as we come out of the swamp as nymphs and become dragonflies, we have to pump the water from the swamp, our past. We have to pump that energy from the past into our wings. So that we can fly. May not be easy, y'all, to watch the news, to hear the news. But as we collectively cleanse our hearts at this moment, we are healing the planet. Imagine it. We're assisting. Instead of being a part of the issue that is in our tissues, we must release it in ourselves. Love. Life organically vibrating effortlessly. Love. Life organically vibrating effortlessly. Love. Life organically vibrating effortlessly in oneness. So let go and allow yourself to be the weather, the wind, earth, fire, air, water, ether. We are all one. One love, one earth, one solar system, one heart, beating as one. This is a very special time. 2025 is a 9. It's about completion. We're completing. We're not there yet. We have the potential to become complete. Everybody can't ride this train. Everybody is not ready to get on board the love train. Are you? Are you ready to be transparent and let go of facades and fakeness and get real? Give thanks. Be the thanks. Become the gold. Find the prophet from within, the angels within, in ourselves, as we go through this collective transformation. Thank you. And so it is. And as the days go on, remember the lighthouse inside our hearts. And let's use the words we more often. Let's begin. It's elevation time. So we're going to leave Instagram now. For those of you who are just chiming in, we're doing a collective cleansing starting today. We're going to go through our cleanse that we have here at Elevation. And those of you who would like to know where you can find Elevation Time and Dr. B and the Elevated Family, go to elevationtime.com. elevationtime.com to get on our email list to know about these events that are coming up and how we can pull together. And I would like to thank those of you who are giving us donations over at Elevation Time. Thank you very much for the beautiful donations. We have classes and workshops coming up to help us go through this time. So if you're on Instagram and you'd like to join us for the collective cleanse, we're going to start in just a few minutes. Go to Doctah B, DOCTAH, the letter B, Sirius, SIRIUS, like the star, like the satellite system. That's on YouTube. Doctah B Sirius on YouTube. And those of you on Instagram who in no way can join us today, that's okay. Join with yourselves and do something good. Do something good, even if it's just a meditation, a prayer. Let's fast from the past. Let's fast from the disagreeable talk and the anger and the hate mongering and the pointing of the finger and the victimizing and the victimhood voting. And let's be accountable and transparent. So we'll see you over at YouTube right now. Some of you are, I understand, yes, there are people here on Facebook too. It's Dr. B Serious on Facebook and also on YouTube. So thank you very much, all of you out there in the world. And keep those meditations going. Keep the prayers, whatever you do to send energy to those who are going through a lot. Even if you're going through something, you hear that prayer first, don't you? It's about activating ourselves. A true healer is one who empowers. Healing is about empowering. It's not about doing the healing. It's about allowing the person going through the healing and guiding them through empowering themselves. So thank you very much. You guys over there on, you guys stick around over here on YouTube and we're not going anywhere. But if you're on Instagram, we'll see you over at YouTube. Thank you very much. And let's keep sending out the waves of encouragement, the waves of empowerment. Open your hearts and let's send some energy to everyone who's going through pain, illness, challenge, or whatever may be uncomfortable at this time. It's only temporary. So you guys, we'll see you very soon. Much love to all of you over on Instagram. And thank you for following. Please hit the follow button. If you're on YouTube, please subscribe. And if you go to Elevation Time, get on our email list. Thank you very much. We'll see you guys on Instagram a little later. Much love. All right, guys. I am saving this on Instagram right now. Give me 1 second. Why don't I play some music, while I'm doing this? Let's go back to I allow. Give me just a second to post this. Okay, I think I've almost got it. I allow myself to be my best self. To be creative. And to let go. Yes. Welcome. Thank you for investing this time. Thank you for sending out collective prayers and meditations together as one. Let's allow ourselves to be our best selves. Let's do our best. Just do the best we can. Watch what you're saying, what you're following, and what you're agreeing to. Much love to everyone here joining us around the world. We're here to let go and detoxify on many levels. If you're here for the first time on one of these webcasts with Dr. B Sirius, put first time and also put where you're at. If it's your first time, where are you? And where did you hear about today's presentation? If you've been here before and you're a veteran, put in there that you're a vet. And where did you hear about it? How long have you been down or up? I see some folks here who have actually been a part of the Elevation family since 2004. Wow. Some folks remember back in 1994 when I first basically came out publicly and began to do presentations. It was a lot because I was not ready for that. But a lot of times we have talent that we have to be pushed to go do. I was told I was saying I was shy. And the older gentleman said, no, you're stingy. You just don't want to share. You don't want to push past the uncomfortable zone. You don't want to go in the forbidden zone. But that's where we've got to go. Wow. Is it okay? I'd like to get permission. And actually, each day we should give ourselves permission to wake up and do our best. It just doesn't happen. You have to give yourself that permission slip. Remember in school, you had to get a permission slip? You had to ask somebody or ask your parents if you could go do something. You needed permission. Let's give ourselves permission right now. Let's give ourselves permission to do better, to keep moving forward, to let go and detoxify from the things that are no longer desirable. Give yourself permission to be emotional, to be transparent, to let that steam off. It's important. And I would like to ask you for permission. Is it okay that I share some things that you may not have heard in this particular way before? And if I introduce you to some products that you may not have had knowledge of before, would it be okay? If it's okay, put yes in the chat. Would it be okay if we maybe have a little fun today and become a little highly spirited? Maybe a little laughter and a little levity. We all need it sometimes to move those humors, those fluids in the body through laughter, and let go of the pressures of what we call everyday life and the illusion of everyday pressures in life. And would it be okay if we talk about some things that may be a little challenging? It may go against what you know, what you believe. Would you just allow yourself to be open? Is that okay? So, what brings you here today? What did you hear? What message did you get inside you? Because when we end up somewhere, there is an internal beacon that's moving us towards something. There's an internal compass that moves us towards something. This is what they call January, the beginning of the Gregorian year. It's not the beginning of the natural year. That's going to be March, April. March is really the beginning, and April is the first month, full month. But we're living in this Gregorian calendar clock like mice running up the clock. The clock strikes 12, the mice run down, hickory dickory dock. We live in TikTok most of the time. It's all about the time. What time is it? What time is this going to happen? I was looking at the news and they were saying exactly what time the snow was going to fall. They knew exactly what time. Well, it didn't. They were 2 hours off. But we follow the leader. A lot of us follow the leaders who are what we think are leaders. There's a leader in each of us. There's a dragon and a lion inside each of us. There is a butterfly, a beautiful flower. In all of us. There's genes that fix broken genes in all of us. There is a natural healing mechanism in all of us. It exists in us when we allow ourselves to be what we came to be. When we empower ourselves. It's not about being followers. How many of you would like to move from followers to leaders? This is what we're doing over at our new membership at Elevation. We have now a gold membership. Those of you who were part of the silver membership have been automatically graduated to gold members, and gold members are leaders or becoming leaders or using the tools of leadership instead of following behind the ship. So congratulations to all of you who have gone over and become gold members. And we have some very special things over there. In fact, we did a presentation last week, which you can only get when you proclaim to be gold. You have to grab it. You have to be it. You have to be ready to invest in it and go through the change. Go through it. Is that Dr. Mahdi? Wow. Dr. Mahdi is online. In fact, maybe I can bring Dr. Mahdi. You want to come on for a second, for a little bit? Let's send you a link. How do I do this? Let's invite. Let's see if I can do this quickly and easily. Copy. Yeah. Dr. Mahdi is online. Y'all know Dr. Mahdi? Well, let's meet him really quickly. Okay, link. Let's see if we can get him in here. Dr. Mahdi, I'm about to send you a link. So those of you who are chiming in today, we're talking about collective cleansing and detoxification to start this new paradigm, this new world, this new vibe, this new you. And my highest choice is that Dr. Mahdi can help us out and talk about cleansing a little bit and also about what happens when we do things together as a group. I don't know if he's ready to do this. We're going to find out. We don't know anything. You know, we sometimes guess what somebody else is thinking and where they're, we assume a lot. We keep assuming. They say when you assume, it makes an ass out of me and you. Assume. Let's not assume anything. Let's get facts. They call them receipts now. Let's get the receipts. Well, the receipts aren't always receipts because that's just printed on paper. Some stuff somebody printed on the internet, or they put it on Wikipedia, or they got Wikipedia, they got Google, they got Wikipedia. That's you, your own pedia, your own mindset. You see? We've got to go inward. Introspection. I have a brand new track, which we're about to put out in the next few weeks. And I'd like to thank all of you for, listening to our Sonic Immersion 2, which is called Udu Restoration. Udu is a Nigerian instrument that has a lot to do with water. That's the main instrument in the track. Let's see what Mahdi is saying. Let's see if he can come on. Let's be patient. I guess he'll pop up on the screen here in a few. But the track now has, I think, almost 80,000 views. That is on YouTube. That is Sonic Immersion 2, Udu Restoration. It is going viral. Go check it out. It is great for cleansing, detoxification, and unification, because the sounds that are in there are all about creating the frequency of oneness. But there is a new one. We just shot a video, a new track, which will be out within the next 2 to 3 weeks. And that one is Sonic Immersion 3, Introspection. That one, whew, wow. So just be ready. Go, and if you go subscribe at YouTube, you'll be on the list, and you'll get a notification. Okay. What is Dr. Mahdi saying? My highest choice is that he can come in here and talk to us a bit. I know it's a surprise. He's got to set up his okay. Yeah. Y'all all right? I think we got him. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to add to the stage, and we're going to have a wonderful day. It looks like it's changing and going through a metamorphosis, and Dr. Mahdi is going to talk to us just a little bit and add to this. We're going to be doing a collective cleanse, a collective detoxification program. I'll be starting today. You're going to start whenever you get your cleanse or whenever you feel. But if those of you would like to start it today, we'll be starting. And the cleanse that I'll be using is our elevated total body program. Some folks are using other cleansing, but it's the togetherness. You can use what you'd like, and we're going to do it for 28 days. And those of you that don't have your cleanse yet, it's okay. You start when you can. Just go through 28 days of detoxifying your cells. Let's see. Dr. Mahdi, we don't hear you. We're trying to unmute your mic. We see you. Can we hear you? He is pushing buttons. Let's be patient, y'all. As this happens, often we have technological changes in life. I think I hear something. He's going to redo something. His sound card has got to be reset. So welcome all of you here. As you're here, just, attempt to just be open. You may want to take some notes. It'd be good if you have a pen or a pencil and you can actually write some notes down. But if you have to use a tablet or a computer, that's okay. But things go deeper when they are kinesthetic, auditory, and visual. When you write things down in your handwriting, your signature, a sign of your nature. Let's keep going back to that. Let's not let that go. The days of writing down things, thinking in ink. Think in ink. That programs the subconscious and the conscious mind at a deeper level when things are kinesthetic, auditory, and visual. Our cleansing that we're going to be doing today, that we're going to go through in just a few, is a kinesthetic, auditory, visual detoxification. That is the best type of detoxification. Kinesthetic has to do with feeling, and it has to do with the body. Auditory has to do with sound, hearing. Visual has to do with seeing. That's where information goes deep when it is a kinesthetic, auditory, and visual experience. So when you are doing this cleanse, as you see, when we go through it, I am going to guide you through how to take it. And there's a certain rhythm. There's a certain frequency to the cleanse that we're doing over here, the elevated total body and the total body. There's a certain amount of energy that you get from doing it in the moon cycles. You don't have to start on the moon, the new moon or the full moon, but doing it within the cycle, or just go 28 days and you'll hit the whole cycle. There's a reason for that, because the circadian rhythms, right, are important. The circular rhythm, there's a circadian rhythm that we are tuned to. There's a biological rhythm that we're attuned to. The movement of the sun, the stars, and the earth, all of these things have a lot to do with who we are, who we're becoming. And when you tap more into nature, nature taps more into you. The further you get away from nature, the more you get away from yourself, because we are in motion, and that motion stays in motion, right? Until you change it. What is your motion? What is your activity? What are you doing every day? How are you living? If we're repeating ourselves over and over and over, then we never really get to that place where we could be at the highest level. At the highest level. What is the highest level? The highest level is the highest level that you can complete. Not that everybody else is doing, because a lot of times we're looking at everybody else, what they're doing, how they live, what they think. What do you feel? Let's go internal to you. Let's detoxify the things that are not you. What is no longer desirable in your life? What may be holding you back? What may be keeping you down? Even though you heard it was positive, even though you heard it was spiritual, is it for you? That's the question. And a lot of us are still finding out what is really for you. Who are you? Going inward, introspection, is something that we do when we're ready to become our full selves, and take your potential up, take your eyesight up, keep your head up, keep moving towards a goal, a telos. You must have a destination, even if it's for the day, for this month, for this week. And to get there, remember, you're a vessel, you're a ship, like a ship at sea. You've got to have a destination. You got to set your compass. You got to set your telescope, your telos, on a goal. And what's very important is you got to go down and figure out what on your vessel, what in your vessel, what in your sphere, what in your auric sphere, what in your mindset could be holding you back, could be weighing you down. Do you have things that's weighing you down? Somebody told me, they said, well, I'm only 120 pounds. I don't have anything weighing me down. Well, how's your life? Well, things are drama, and I got this problem, and, and then there's the enemy out there and people trying to stop me. I say, you're very heavy. Even though your body may be light, your emotion, your energy is heavy. How many of you can relate to that? Having a heavy energy. Are you just listening to everything everybody's saying because they say it's conscious? Is it conscientious? Does it work for you? Does it feel right? Or are we just going along with the crowd? We're in a 9 vibration, 2025. What is your project 2025? Never mind what they said project 2025 was. Our project 2025 is individual, and individually we can come together as a collective and say, listen, we are creating a constant rhythm together, a sound, a frequency together. And together we will let go of the things we no longer desire. Are you ready for that? Are you ready to let some of those what you call friends go? How many friends do you really have? What does the word friend really mean? Look up the etymology of the word friend. Look up the etymology of the word enemy. Some of your enemies may be your friends, and some of your friends may be your enemies. Is it out there? Are we looking at a anthropomorphic world where everything is outside causing issues inside? Or is it what's going on inside causing what's going on outside? Your worldview. Your worldview is your worldview. It's okay not to agree. It's okay to go to the forbidden zone and be an apostate, one who moves away from the crowd. Are you ready to do that? Are you ready to let go of the mental, physical, and spiritual parasites? Mental parasites, ideas and feelings and experiences from the past that are haunting you today, eating you alive. Spiritual parasites, things that came down through the family, that's been passed down to you, are hand-me-down. That stuff, those ways, those activities, those emotions. How many of you out there can relate to the family drama? And you're a part of it. That's our family. That's the way we are. That's just the way we do. Because you believe that your body, your genes, right, are controlled, and your life is determined by your genes. Not true. Only 10% of your gene expression is coming from your family. The rest of that gene expression, which is the 90%, which they call the junk DNA, is waiting for you, waiting for us. It's waiting for you to find out who you are and become who you are. Dig deep into you. And the only way your DNA can change is if you allow yourself to let go of some of those relatings and those relationships, some of those ideas, some of those judgments and beliefs. A belief is a doubt. It's not for sure. That's your belief. What do you like? What do you feel? Who are you? Because you becoming the best you can is what it takes to join the collective so that you can be a part of the golden age. The golden age is when we realize that inside of us, there is gold. There's also copper, there's lead. There's all of these elements that make us up. But tapping into the gold means that you've got to go through the alchemy. And the first step of alchemy is burning off all the things that are no longer desirable. That's what today is about. On the 11th, we elevate and let go of the things that we no longer desire or need. They're not serving us. How many things do you have? Have you made your list? Make a list. What is no longer serving you? Some of those relatings. Some of you are in relatings because the other people want you and they'll be hurt if you leave. So you're going to stay there as a prisoner? You still mad about some things and angry about some things that happened way back in the day and you still hold on to it? Do you know that that is now your karma? That's your karma. You carry the karma. You're angry about something that they did or something that happened that you can't fix. So you carry the vibration, you carry the energy. And now, because that's what you're focusing on, your reticular activating system, which is called the RAS, right? It excites the what? The part of you that says, this is what I desire. Even though you don't think you do, but you're thinking about it. You're pondering on the anger or the fear or the pain or the misery or whatever it is from the past. If you focus on that, then your body, right, your reticular activating system moves you towards more evidence of that thing. Some folks need to do an energetic divorce. That's something we may talk about doing. How do you do an energetic divorce where you cut off all the relations that you've had and start fresh? Get on our email list if you're interested in that. I'm going to talk about doing a mass energetic divorce or an uncoupling, especially from people you've been intimate with. That's a deep thing. To let them go because they're still connected to you. Ideas from the past are still connected to you, and still you cut that tether. You know, I'm going to try to call Dr. Mahdi. Is that okay if I call him? Let's see. He's in Spain, and we saw him pop up for a minute, but he didn't have sound. Let's see if he can pick up the phone. So it's about letting go, y'all. Dr. Mahdi, are you able to get on? Okay, we're waiting for you. Thank you. So that family thing is deep. We want to stand with the family. That's my family. Some of the things that they're doing, it doesn't agree with you anymore. So you've got to find a gracious way to step away from some of that stuff. You don't have to agree. You've got to find your way. You've got to give yourself permission to be yourself. Detoxification helps that. Because when you detoxify your cells, the toxins in your cells can also hold on to toxic ideas. A lot of your emotions are coming from the food that you've eaten in the past. It's coming from some of the things that you have agreed to in the past. When we detoxify the body, we also detoxify every part of ourselves. Especially if you're doing our elevated total body program, that one even helps to detoxify the spirit. It helps to deal with what we call spiritual parasites. Things in the energetic field that you just caught from somebody else. Just, burning sage and you went to a sound bath. Those things are all helpful. You did a ritual and a ceremony. Those things are helpful, but there's things that are beyond that are beyond our conscious minds, our ego. Our cells know how to rejuvenate themselves when you give them the proper nutrients. Mental, physical, and spiritual parasites are just waiting to be released and freed. I think we've got Dr. Mahdi on here now. Let's see. Dr. Mahdi.
Hey, brother. My apologies, man. Like, we had a Google Meets webinar earlier, and it completely changes up the things on my computer. I'm not a fan of Google Meets personally. I'm like Zoom, StreamYard, these things my computer works with, but Google Meets is always a challenge. So it threw all of my sound off. So I had to fix it. And I still can't even hear through my speakers. I got to wear headphones. So
wow,
here I am.
Well, that's why you had to change your hat, huh?
I had to change my hat. I can't wear the fedora with headphones.
Yes. For those of you who are just chiming in, if you are not familiar with Dr. Mahdi Brown is a naturopathic, medicine doctor. He's got paperwork. Some folks want to see that paperwork. He's got it. He's a scientist. He's a researcher. He's a very close friend. He is a part of the inner circle here at Elevation. And he started many, many years ago. He came in as my assistant and did a lot of the bottling. And then he became a teacher and a lecturer and a scientist. He's just got so much information. And he is a beautiful soul, and I'm just glad that he was able to chime in. I didn't even know, because I don't know what time it is where you are. You're in Spain, right?
Yeah, it's yes, sir. It's already 7:30. Oh, 6:30 here. So yeah, we're actually getting ready to go. But I told my wife, I said, hey, I want to jump on real quick with Doc, and then
Yes.
yeah, I have a little time to share with you and share with the people. So really happy to be here myself.
Well, what's really interesting, one of the last places that you and I were with Brother Akadama, when we were up
Oh
in
yeah,
Malibu Canyon, and he had
yeah,
you walking
yeah.
across that log over the cliff. Remember that? He was get on that walk, and you were like, "Oh my gosh!" And he
Mm-hmm.
said, "Focus your mind, focus." And you walked
Mm-hmm.
across that log, and that was one of your, shifts that you had to go through,
Yes,
initiations.
sir. Yes, sir.
But I was
I
watching
remember that.
the news, and all that's gone. It's all burned in the fire.
Oh,
In fact, the
really?
3 places where we used to hike, Runyon Canyon in Hollywood, that one's gone. Oh, is the Hollywood is the Runyon? And then there's the one that we used to hike up in Pasadena or Altadena.
Yeah, yeah.
It's gone. And Malibu Canyon and all of that, from what I hear, is all burned from the
Wow.
fires.
Do they know what caused it? Was it just natural wildfires or?
I think that is people. I think this is natural.
Oh
This is,
man.
and those areas naturally used to burn in certain seasons.
Yeah.
Chief Little Bear used to teach us about that, where it would burn away certain things because the ash is actually what feeds the soil.
Mhm.
So, they're not sure what caused it, how it happened, but it's happening. It's still happening in certain areas. So I just, it's a lot. So earlier, we did a meditation and a prayer to send energy out to
Mm.
everybody in the world who's
Mm.
going right there where you are in Spain.
Yes.
There's people going through a lot all over.
Yes.
But today, we're
Mm.
starting this collective cleanse. So I thought it would be great if you come on and just talk about, detoxification a little bit, and what happens when we do things together in unison.
Oh, very powerful. Well, yeah, first, I'm excited that you're doing this cleanse. It's going to be very powerful for the people. It's something that our body's naturally doing every day, and down to the cellular level, this is happening. And a lot of times, as human beings, you know, before I had to jump off, you were talking about how we are, just it's important that we kind of align ourselves and the importance of connection. Where, well, we're a part of this extraordinary ecosystem called planet Earth, and our Earth, she's governed by rhythms. Our bodies are governed by rhythms. And there's a balance that has to be maintained. This is the one only law that really governs the universe: balance. And so there, as whatever we receive from life, we're supposed to take that which we receive, create from it, and then re-give back to life, back to the universe, back to the earth, back to all of us as a collective. The simplest way for me to express that to you as far as cleansing is concerned is when we inhale oxygen through the air. Our body extracts the O2 through the lungs, and that is through gas exchange fused with our blood, and then that oxygen rich blood saturates and nourishes every single cell that makes up our body temple. And as our cells go through cellular respiration, they give out their waste, and we, in return, through breath, give carbon dioxide back to the earth, a detoxification. But our detoxification, our quote unquote waste, is literally the energetic compost, if you will, for all the trees and plants that they take in and they transmute and they give back to us oxygen. So it's this consistent flow of balance. And that's what cleansing is. When our body is literally getting rid of waste, what we call waste. It's the compost for Mother Earth. And then she takes that and transmutes it and gives back to us the things that we need to sustain our lives. And so staying in this exchange of cleansing through our connection keeps us in balance with natural law. When we stop cleansing or being consciously involved in the detoxification and cleansing process, we now are creating a debt with Mother Earth. We owe her because she's giving and giving and giving, and we're not properly re-giving from what we received from her. And that's through the proper breath, through proper urination, through proper bowel movements. All this is compost that she takes and transmutes and utilizes. And then this is the cycle, this is the balance. And so one thing that I observe in my clinical experience is when we start losing the capacity to cleanse and detoxify, the body eventually begins to lose the capacity. About their physical body temple is about to expire from this planet. One of the key things we will start to observe is that they stop eating. They're not able to take in and receive anymore. The body cannot hold that capacity for that life energy, that life impulse anymore, because it does not have the capacity to re-give it back in the form of proper breath, proper urination, proper defecation. So the importance of consciously staying in rhythm and with the natural law is essential. And that comes through this receiving, creating, and re-giving back. And this is primarily what a cleanse is. And so we are connected from birth to death, because eventually we're going to re-give our body back to the mother from which it came. So it's this constant exchange that's taking place. And this is what we have to do when it comes to honoring through proper, detoxification and supporting the organs and tissues that are involved in that process to help sustain us. So we think about the lymphatic system, we think about the liver, we think about the kidneys, we think about the lungs, down to the cellular level where this exchange is taking place. So this is the work of cleansing. And by design, we are connected and we're a part of this extraordinary ecosystem and world that we're in. So yeah, this is going to be very major for everyone who's going to participate in this cleanse that's happening.
So when we go through life, what happens if we just eat and consume? Let's say, let's look at it like this. We eat what we think is the best diet. We're vegans, we're vegetarians, we're doing the very best. Why should I have to cleanse? I'm already cleansed because I'm eating, a certain way. Is it a natural thing where humans must detoxify in the seasons, or is there a rhythm that we must do even if we're eating the best diet and got the best ego and the most positive and we got the best meditation and yoga practices and we burn the most sage?
Of course, for the mere fact that life has no care whatsoever about our opinion, our feelings, our attitudes. It operates off of one law, and that's balance. The constant exchange. And when we're eating pure and we're vegan, fruitarian, even quote unquote breatharian, and we're living this particular, so-called heightened spiritual, your spirituality and your mortality are tied to the same law of balance. And when you're out of rhythm, Doc, some of the most sickest people I've dealt with have been vegans and the so-called conscious eaters. When it comes to this, because they've accumulated through their ego, through their arrogance, even though I'm eating this way, you're constantly extracting from Mother Earth. And a lot of times the things that we do as human beings and processing our food, like you're not going to find a Beyond Meat burger out in nature, growing on trees.
There's no Beyond Tree.
There's no Beyond trees.
What about an
There's no
Impossible Tree?
no impossible trees.
What about a pasture
We
where they?
take so we're literally taking what has been given freely, mind you, and we're manipulating it. We're hybridizing it. We're doing all these things, altering it. And then we call ourselves plant-based. And we're consuming these foods, and the chemicals, the preservatives that are put into these so-called foods that are all vegan, plant-based, organic, as far as these processed foods are concerned, the chemicals that are utilized to preserve them and the constituents to hold those things together, our bodies have no natural recognition for them, and it has to detoxify ourselves from these things. And when you are not properly aligned with the rhythms of cleansing, you in essence become a parasite to this planet. You just consume, consume, consume. And because you're not consuming what our mother innately gives us through natural foods, whole grains and things, and we manipulate it and we put these chemicals and we start utilizing chemistry that would primarily be found in more inorganic compounds, and now putting that chemistry into organic compounds and then calling it food and then consuming it. And then this is what we start to give back to the mother. This poison that's coming out of our bodies now as waste. Yeah, there's a consequence of that. And it will show up in the form of dis-ease and imbalance. That because as far as our mother, the earth, is concerned, she's going to extract from anywhere and everywhere because of the fact that it's all energy, right? So if we're consuming these things and we're creating these so-called foods and putting things together that in the natural world you would not find together, and then we're putting them together and then we're eating them, yeah, that imbalance can not only show up in the body, but can even from an energetic standpoint show up in relationships, show up in your finances, show up in your every walk of life, because you are no longer aligned with law. Woo. Because of how you're eating.
Can you say that again?
When you're consuming things that are not aligned with law, it not only has a profound impact on creating imbalance in the body, but because it's all energy, and as far as our mother earth is concerned, she's going to extract, she's going to restore balance in whatever way she can. So she will restore balance not only in your physical form, but you're giving all this waste back out that you call food, that's poison, that is not natural to her. So this can show up not only in your body, but it can also show up in your relationships, show up in your finances, show up in every aspect of your expression, generations, 7 generations hence. And we may be working on the imbalances that our ancestors 7 generations before us, because their ignorance and their lack of knowledge, basically we now have within our DNA that has to be restored and balanced and cleansed. And so when we're working in the law, those things can be properly eliminated. When we're outside the law, we continue that cycle in generations to come. And so she will extract it in the children, generations to come, like I said, in any way that it needs to, because of the fact that we're dealing in energy. And as we understand one principle of physics that we all know, energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only transformed. And so that transformation not only can take place in the body through what we call dis-ease, but it also can be transformed in the lives of family members having issues now, that through our engagement or the lack of proper engagement with mother from a divine way, we impacting our family, we're impacting generations to come, our children, we're impacting our grandchildren, we're impacting our ability to move in this world from an economic standpoint, because that's energy as well. All those things come into play. So when you start to purify this body temple, and in essence, that begins to purify the consciousness, you begin to really transmute all of this and restore yourself back to the rhythm and flow of life. And so it's not arbitrary by chance that we're seeing what we're seeing now, with all the unfortunate things that are taking place right now in California with the fires. And then some people in their wiring of their consciousness thought it was okay to even initiate this. But all of this is part of that ecosystem, restoring balance. And even those people who may have been involved in starting this, they're going to have to give an accounting as well. No one escapes that in this.
Well, I was speaking earlier on that we, as a collective, are starting these catastrophes.
Mm-hmm.
We want to point the finger to a person or a group, but it is all of us collectively, because you can't divide yourself from the collective consciousness. And a lot of folks have become agents, agents of the matrix, and they're all into division and them, they, and pointing those fingers. And it's when we go inward and realize how much inflammation is in us, how many fires are burning in us, in our own minds.
Yes, sir.
How much fire is burning in your family, your relationships? How much fire is burning in your spirit? You see? So
yes,
whether it's cold, because right now we're having extreme cold too. So this is happening too, all across the, America. And, there's stuff going on that we are part of the weather. We are creating the weather. We are manipulating the weather and have the power. Once we come together collectively, now everybody's not ever going to come together, but if just the group of people here today come together in oneness and have this perspective together, we become a lighthouse and we begin to send that code out.
Yes, sir.
I remember when you first started working with us and you started off bottling the herbs. The program we're going to be talking about, Mahdi was one of the people who actually would put it in the bottles.
Yeah, we're not using those herbs anymore. Those are gone, so you don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, we're not using those anymore. But he would put the once we made the big gallon bottles of the different parts and the components of the cleanse, I came in and he had all this music playing. He had a stack of CDs. He had some of the best 70s music you have ever heard. And he was moving and dancing. And I said, whoa. I said, that's great music, but you can't play that around the herbs, because when you're doing that, you're bottling, you're funneling, you're transmuting into the products those particular vibrations. You see, you're playing, if you're playing Luther Vandross and it's a love song,
Frankie Beverly,
that may not be the messaging that we'd like to go into. So a little bit about what you learned as when you started bottling back in the day, and when people are taking substances, what they're thinking and how they're feeling. Can you tap into that just a little bit about the mindset around taking?
Absolutely. Yes. I think the mindset is more key than the actual constituents of the herb itself. The mindset of the observer who's handling the plants and working with them and what we're thinking about and feeling about. And I was completely ignorant to that. That was one of the most powerful things that you ever taught me, was that how I'm feeling, how I'm thinking, and the energy that I'm holding is in direct influence and communication with these herbs. And I'll never forget, you threw out an entire batch, because for some context for everybody. At that point in my life, I was like 27, 28, just in LA, as a young man, hormones raging and stuff, and had a lot of sexual energy building up in me. I would come up into the elevation center with that energy and think about some girl I saw on my way up there and all this. And one day I was thinking about some woman I saw out there, I was connected with in LA, and like, oh man, and all these kind of thoughts running through my head, and I'm in there handling the herbs. And you came in there and you're like, brother, this your energy right now? Like, because you said all the women in there like could feel, I guess, the pheromones coming off of me or whatever was happening with me that day. But you're like, this whole batch has to go. And that really hit me hard. I was like, whoa, okay, I done put in all this work in this, and this is money. This is a lot of value. You're just going. He said the whole thing has to go. And that was one of the most powerful lessons for me because, like, wow, I have to be responsible if I'm working with anything that's going to be for the consumption of the people, that I have to be pure in my thought, in my emotional state, in my physical state when I'm working with this energy, because it's energy. I'm an energy body. This plant, this herb is an energy body. Even the container that's holding the herbs is an energy body. And so if I'm not aligned and intentional about what I'm doing, I'm sending energy into this that's can counterbalance what this herb is designed to do in helping people. And so that was like very, very powerful for me, and like a powerful lesson you gave me.
And that was about $3,000 worth of product that we just poured out. And folks that work with us, no, I can take it. It's okay. No. What we have to realize is that we are projecting our energy.
Yeah.
We're transmitters. That means you receive and send information, and your thought process while consuming something or even being around something is affecting it. Everything is affected, just like a butterfly gently flapping its wings in Maine can affect something on the whole other side of the world. Exactly. We are connected to this as a mass consciousness.
Yes.
And while you were working with those herbs, we realized that we didn't want other people to have these highly intimate desires. All the women wanted to meet Dr. Mahdi because he was so intelligent. He's so smart. Look, you could tell in his eyes. He's just so deep. And you used to be dropping science constantly. I've never been around Dr. Mahdi when he is not dropping so much science. And it's not emotional, and it's not about one group, one religion. This was pure science. So we all are scientists. We're all, creating. We're all laboratories. And when we're taking herbs or even drinking water or eating, that's why they say you should take a grace period. Say grace. There needs to be a space between you and the thing so that you can balance what you're about to do. So you're taking the herbs. I don't care whose herbs they are. It could be the best herbal product on the planet, but your thoughts are acidic. You're negative or disagreeable or angry or sad or highly sexual or even almost too happy. Yeah. You have to get in a neutral place and find that space. And that was one of the things that we always taught, or still do teach, when folks are doing the bottling of the product. Even though it was created with all these amazing ingredients, you become the final ingredient. And even when you pick up the bottles, I'm going to talk about that in a little bit when I show you the cleanse. When you hold the bottle in your hand, there's a symbol. In fact, you see it at the top of this page right here. This is the symbol. This flower of life symbol is at the top on every product, because that flower of life creates balance just from seeing it, just from being around it, so that you can now have a balanced product. So we decided to put the symbol of balance on every product. So this is an alchemical formulation. And you were a very important part, Dr. Mahdi, of that alchemical formulation. And it was just a wonderful to watch and to work with you and to see you grow and go on to take all those courses and become the person that you are.
Yes, sir.
And I know you got to go in a minute, but we're working on something where you're going to be taking some people to. Can you tell us just a little bit about that? And we're going to have a whole program about that, but can you tell us a little bit about what we've got coming up?
That's what we had the Google Meet about earlier. So my wife and I had an extraordinary blessing and opportunity to journey to Pueblo Bello, Colombia. It's in the Sierra Nevada mountains there, where our brothers and sisters there, the Arhuaco, the Kogi, the Wiwa, these indigenous tribes there. This place is looked at as the heart of Mother Earth, the heart of the world. And while we were there, just we were reconnected back with Mother Earth in a way that I thought I was connected before, but had no idea the level of connection that we as human beings are meant to have with her, extension of her, and especially our women, or in essence, the living human embodiment of that which is the Mother Earth. For example, when you plant a seed into the earth, she has no choice but to give life. It's the same way with our women. The feminine itself is the essence of that. And so when we were there, we were able to reconnect with her as a child to its mother, a seed to its source. And so after that profound experience, we wanted to help others have this connection, because as Doc was just saying, we are one consciousness that's consistently engaging with this great universal consciousness that is all life. And when we are no longer connected or in balance with that, we have the disruptions that we see in the world, from the fires taking place there in Los Angeles, the imbalance in the snow in areas that typically is not that way right now. This is the way that our mother begins to correct herself based on our lack of stewardship, our lack of caretaking as human beings. So we're going to be doing a sacred reconnecting, a sacred liberating of the negative, the imbalances that not only hold to us physically and ancestrally in generations to come, but how this shadow aspect of how we've been as human beings, we can begin to release, reconnect, and then learn how to make the proper, as they call it, pagamento payments, where we are able to maintain and restore that balance. So we're going to be taking people through the sacred rituals that they are now, for the first time, really opening up. And what was very interesting, Doc, um, Mamo Diganeri, she's pretty much the leader of the Awako people. We were having a meeting with her due to Google Meets earlier. And she was telling us that all the mamos throughout the Sierra Nevadas, it's about 140 of them, have all been called into emergency to meet and go and start doing payments on behalf of humanity, because they are, from the signs of Mother Earth, there's a tragedy that will befall us as human beings. So they're up there on our behalf right now, literally as you and I are speaking, at these various portals there within the mountains, making ritual payments to Mother Earth to maintain balance and ensure that we as human beings can continue to be a part of her. And so she was just sharing with us today that it's very important that we begin to take up our rightful place as the heirs, stewards, and caretakers of this realm. And it's part of our birthright. And we all come with this purpose and this
Something's
mission.
happening to your sound. Oh, there you go. There you
Okay.
go.
Yes. Something. So we all have this purpose and mission. And so it's literally through her, by our mothers extracting from her to create our body temple, so our mother becomes the portal that we enter this realm, right? And I think I saw someone just talking about that. Their women are the portal to life. Absolutely. And they're literally a reflection of our mother, who is the portal for all life in this realm. And this is the connection and responsibility that we have. And so at the end of February, starting on February 23rd through March 2nd, we're going to be taking a select group of individuals to come to the heart of the world and start reconnecting themselves, healing their ancestry, healing the generations to come, healing their finances, healing their relationships, healing their life through reconnection, through liberating the things that we've been carrying unconsciously as we've been trying to find our way here without that connection. And one of the powerful things that I was sharing with you, Doc, was about the placenta. And what was shared with me while I was there is that as our physical body temples are being formed within our mother's wombs, our true identity card is fashioned in the placenta, in which you're going to be enriched and taken all the materials that build your physical body. And the placenta is very unique to each of us. And our Mother Earth has, in essence, all the land in and of itself is a placenta, the one placenta that makes up the earth, that we, upon birth, should be giving our placenta back to. So it's our identity and our connection to this world where all our gifts are held in that placenta. But for most of us, it's destroyed, taken off for research, extracted stem cells. Some people choose to eat, the mother chooses to eat the child's placenta, or is given to animals to consume, and completely creating this disconnection where we no longer connected to our gifts that we're here to bring in the world and our connection to this realm, to our mother. And so we're literally walking around without a root. And we just are wandering through life trying to find our way. So this is what we will be reconnecting for those who join us in February, at the end of February.
So those of us who have no idea where our placenta is, there is a way to reconnect.
And there's absolutely. And because, yeah, like, I don't know what happened in October 7th, 1974 to mine. I can't even tell you. Like, I asked my mom, she said, child, I don't know. I was in so much pain and so drugged up from yeah. So who knows what happened to that? And so there's a ceremony and ritual they take you through. And it's very powerful because after we did that, and the payments were made on our behalf back to the Mother Earth to connect us, it was an extraordinary shift in me. Like, even coming back here and still kind of dealing with the things, and even when I was there in the States at the end of November for, Thanksgiving holiday, and when we flew back here to Spain, how I deal with challenges and issues, I know I'm connected to something greater than myself now. And I feel rooted in that. So I'm able to kind of navigate and move differently. And all the people that I've spoken with who've gone through the ritual and made that connection, they speak and say the exact same thing. And so it's a very interesting process. But yeah, so you, in essence, because our physical placenta, only God knows at this point where that is, we're able to collect the spiritual essence of our placenta through proper rituals. And then we, through proper ceremony, give that back to the mother and connect ourselves. And that in itself becomes a very powerful thing.
Wow. So those of you who may be interested in a journey like this, make sure you go to elevationtime.com, get on the email list, because we'll be sending out an email, because we're going to do a presentation just about this, the journey that Dr. Mahdi was just on. I mean, after he came back, he came here, and I just saw the way he and his wife were glowing. And his wife is an amazing,
Yes, she is.
ancient. She's from, of the first people. And the first people were female, by the way, in their essence. They may not have been physically, but the mother has to be the beginning.
Yes.
So the two of you together are an amazing team. And so we'll let folks know. We'll send out an email, and a select group of people will be chosen to go on this journey, to travel as wayfinders, way seekers, to find the way back to self, and to help to heal from deep within. And that's a beautiful thing. So we'll let everybody know. So go to elevationtime.com, get on the email list. And also, I'd like to say that Dr. Mahdi and I have a series that we recorded last year. Was that last year?
Last year, yeah.
The soulful science, of change and metamorphosis.
Yes, sir.
It's about the reticular activating system. It's about the law of attraction. It's about why you end up in certain situations and how you can change and manipulate that based on what you're thinking, feeling, and what you're becoming. You see, what you're becoming is a very important thing, because
Yeah.
if you can know what your goal is, like I tell folks, what is your what? What is what you call yourself, or who you think you are, or what you think you should be doing? Your why is that's the fuel.
Mhm.
What's your why? Why are you being this way? Why are you living this way? Why are you taking these herbs? Why are you eating, or whatever you're doing? Why? And once you get those clear and they match you, and once you've connected to the placenta, the beginning, the mother, everything changes.
Yes.
So we started this journey with this program, The Soulful Science of Change and Metamorphosis. It is available right now at elevationtime.com. In fact, it's a 3-part class
Yes.
that we did, and it's amazing. Dr. Mahdi dropped so much information. My mind was blown. He's always like, because he looks at things one way and I look at it another way. And when we come together, it's just that coming
It's
together.
amazing. It's amazing. Yes.
You see
the connection.
And that's the same thing with everybody. We don't have to disagree with everybody. I mean, you have your point of view, and what a fact is and what is truth is a point of view. It's a belief.
Yeah.
This is all we're all having a multi-vibrational outcome. Nothing is exactly the way you think it is, but we can have a lot to do with becoming the stewards and the captains and the CEOs of our lives.
Yes, sir.
So make sure you're on the email list. Also go to elevationtime.com and you'll find the classes and workshops, The Soulful Science of Change and Metamorphosis. There's now a bundle that we just put up just recently.
Oh, fantastic.
That you can now tap into. It was not available for a while. It's there now. And yeah, Dr. Mahdi, any last words before you travel on to the next vibration?
Yes, sir. I'll just say, yeah, folks, this time we're in is an extraordinary one. And it's not by chance or arbitrary that all of you who are on right now listening live are getting this, and those who will hear the recording on Dr. B's channels afterwards are getting this right now. Those of us who are being called, our mother's calling us to take up the unique missions and callings each of us have to contribute to the whole, contribute to the collective. So I'm just honored that I have opportunity to share with you, each of you, and I'm just so grateful for this brother here at Dr. B, that he's created such a platform for us to come together the way we have over the years, and especially right now, because it's needed. So it's time for all of us to step up and do our part in this life, being the highest and best expression of ourselves, so that we truly leave an extraordinary legacy. And so that when those 1,000 years from now look upon us, they're like, wow, those were our ancestors. So what kind of ancestor are you becoming now?
Wow. That's deep. And lastly, Dr. Mahdi, you've done the cleanse many times, our elevated total body cleanse and our total body cleanse. Could you just say a few words about this particular cleansing, detoxification, rejuvenation program that we have?
It's, in my opinion, the most comprehensive one you can do. And as a doctor specialized in preventative medicine, naturopathic medicine, functional medicine, you have to cleanse systemically, spiritually, mentally, emotionally, physically. And in doing so, you start to cleanse your external world. And this cleanse sets you up for that because of how it's made. It's made from vibrational medicine. Like we were just talking about earlier, the intention of it. And so prepare yourself, because things are going to start to move, and things are at the cellular level, at the energetic level, and of course, at the external physical level of your life. And so for any of you who can do it, because our body works in 28-day healing cycles. And so it's perfectly designed for that kind of healing and transformation.
Wow. Well, thank you very much, Dr. Mahdi. And
yes, sir.
And tell you're an amazing wife that we said much love. And
definitely will. Thank you.
And we're all cleansing, whether we're doing this cleanse or just allowing ourselves to let go of some things that we no longer desire. Today on the 11th,
Yes.
we start. This is a master
Yes.
number. It's a new beginning.
Absolutely.
So thank you very
Absolutely.
much, brother. Travel light, and I'll see you soon. And we'll talk about what day we're going to do that presentation.
Sounds good, my brother. You all have an amazing rest of your beautiful 11th of January, Saturday, 2025. Peace.
Thank you. Travel light. All right. That was Dr. Mahdi Brown, a colleague, a friend, a family member, a very intelligent, spiritual, very connected, conscious being. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break, maybe about 4 or 5 minutes. It's a 1:16 on the East Coast of what they call America. So we're going to come back at about 1:21. 1:21. So let's take a quick break. I'm going to play a little music as we take a break. Go and get yourself ready, and we're going to dive straight into the cleanse and my highest choices that we all breathe. And remember, it's about AEIOU. AEIOU. Becoming more of yourself. Yes, yes, you're listening to the sounds of AEIOU. This is a track that will be out on the new Dr. B Sirius Medicine Music Collective 4 project. We're actually mixing it now, along with the song I Allow that you heard in the beginning. I Allow features the vocals of Azare, and this one features the vocals of Noel J, along with Dr. B. We have a lot of music coming your way soon, a lot of medicine music that helps to heal the mind, body, and soul by creating the vibrations that go deep into our cells and creates that vibration which lets go of all the things we no longer desire. Music can heal, but it can also create illness. Listening to the healing tones tells your body that you are ready to rejoice and live the best life that you can. Yes, for those of you who may not know, Dr. B has been a musician and a producer for more than, 40 years. Actually, more than that, huh? Actually, well, no, I won't say that. But most of Dr. B's life, he has been a musician. And that has been his spirituality, his goal, his telos. And Dr. B is always reaching higher and higher to help bring heaven to earth through music and sound and laughter and fun and information. That's about the thing that he's here about. AEIOU. When you say that, it helps to clear and balance the chakras. So thank you all. Once again, thanks to Dr. Mahdi and all of you who are here today to enjoy this collective energetic field. Music is everything. Everything is sound. We're living in an orchestra, a universal orchestra. It's all music. It's all sound. Everything is vibration. Every herb, every plant, every bird, every mineral, every person, every being, every soul, every spirit is all about vibration and your perspective and what you can see, feel, and hear. We are in the now time, music time, in the collective. Thank you. All right. So let's move on to this next piece as we introduce, the program. So some of you ordered from Elevation Time your cleanse, your detoxification program, and a lot of folks haven't received them yet, especially with the weather and the changes and all of this going on. The post office, I went there the other day and there was only one person working there, and they were like under a lot of challenge and stress. So you may not have received it yet, but you can start mentally today. Even though you may not be in exact sequence with what we're doing, you're in the sequence that you create. So don't feel defeated. You know, you will receive if you're ordering, and some of you will be ordering today from what I hear. And we will have a discount code for those who, in fact, let me put that up now because someone asked about it earlier. There is a 10% off discount code right? Which is collective one, the word collective and the number one, no space. You will receive 10% off of any of the items at elevationtime.com. And that's until this Monday. And this Monday's date, because I know this will be on YouTube, and it'll be here up on YouTube forever. So some folks will be like, well, I didn't get my cleanse. Well, until January the 13th, 2025, you can use this discount code collective1, and you will receive 10% off. And those of you who are fortunate enough and have chosen to become members, become gold members at elevationtime.com, you receive 10% off of everything, almost everything. There's a few things that you don't, because they're linked to an outside website that we don't, it's not our domain, and that we offer products from other websites too with some of the links. But the highest choice is that you would like to become a member, and you stay a member, and you will receive 10% off of most of the things at the Elevation Time website. And also keep in mind, if you are a member and you use this code, the code is collective1. At checkout, you will now receive up to 20% off, because you're going to also add to your member discount of 10% off. You're going to also get this 10%, another 10% from this special collective, offer that we have today. And that 10% collective will be good until Monday at midnight. This Monday at midnight. So thank you. I'd like to first, let's see. Let's quickly go through this. What is a parasite? A parasite is an organism that lives in or on another organism called the host, and obtains nutrients, life force energy, and other benefit at the host expense. Parasites cause harm to their host, leading to various diseases and infections. Examples of parasites includes protozoas, IG or EG, malaria, helminth, which is a certain type of worm, tapeworms, and ectoparasites. Ectoparasites live outside the body. So there's internal parasites, endoparasites, and there's ectoparasites. They live outside the body. And there's also energies that are parasitic. There's people that could be parasitic. There's situations and habits and activities that could be parasitic. And what is a parasite? An organism that lives in or on another organism called the host, obtaining nutrients, life force, energy, and other benefits at the host expense. So people could be doing that too, obtaining energy from you. How many of you out there just do whatever other people want you to do because you feel that you have to do it? You feel, this is my family, this is my friends, this is my group. And somebody asked me and I have no way to say no. I can't say no. Learning to say no could be one of the most powerful things in your life. Learning to say no and holding on to it and having the courage to just say, it's not for me. No, thank you. So parasites, a parasite is an organism that lives in or on another organism called the host, and obtains nutrients, life force energy, and other benefits at the host expense. So they've come to the party. They're not bringing anything. They want music. They want drinks. They want, nurturing. They want to meet somebody, and they want to leave. And they may not help you clean up. They leave trash. They leave garbage. This is on a metaphysical, physical, and an intimate level. Some beings are sucking your life force out. Parasites can cause harm to their host, leading to various diseases and infections. Who's got them? Everybody. Yeah, you think you're a vegan, you think you're a vegetarian, you eat this way, you even take herbs, you still got parasites. There's a lot of cleansers out there that are very good at cleaning and detoxifying from intestinal parasites. Very good ones on the market. Intestinal parasites live in the digestive system and They're not as difficult to get rid of. Some people use diatomaceous earth. Some folks use cloves, green walnut hulls. Somebody even said pomegranate, the skin or the whole pomegranate. You eat some of that, yeah, that bitter tasting stuff. What do they call it? The pith, pumpkin seeds. There are a lot of things that actually can help to get rid of intestinal parasites. A handful of papaya seeds. They are not as challenging to get rid of. The most challenging parasites to get rid of are the systemic ones. Systemic parasites are parasites that are throughout the system. So we're talking about the physical parasites, or worms, as they used to be called. We think of the parasites of just being in the gut, and it is important to detoxify from those also. But the systemic parasites live in organs like the liver, the kidneys, the spleen, the brain, the eyes, the ears, the throat, thyroid, the thymus gland, all of your glands. These are superbugs. These are not your average parasites. Some of them are highly intelligent beings. Some of them would be considered aliens, intelligent beings that came from somewhere else that use you as a host. In fact, you watch a lot of these science fiction movies, and that's exactly what's happening. Something comes from somewhere else and wants you or uses you. You got people who are sleepwalkers and people who are basically walk-ins, where something walked into you at a certain point and took over. And now you're emerging between them and you. They're called walk-ins. A lot of folks have this. Something happened and something took over. Some of you know about this. Some of these riders or flyers live in the family. Yeah, this is a very deep, vast subject. I had a book sitting here that I'd like to share. Hold on. I suggest you read. Let's see how I do this. There we go. Very good book. This is Your Brain on Parasites. This is just one book that talks about the parasites that control your thinking. They control how you live. This is Your Brain on Parasites. This is a bestseller right now. How tiny creatures manipulate our behavior and shape society. How tiny creatures manipulate our behavior and shape society. This will blow your mind. There is a new section of science called psychoparasitology. Psychoparasitology. Psycho has to do with the brain and how it works, how you think. There's parasites that actually control your thinking. And even if you just have the parasites that are not great thinkers and controllers, but they live in your body, toxicity controls your thinking, just being toxic, because parasites put out waste. They put out waste constantly. They eat most of what you eat, even your herbs. People say, well, Dr. B, I take herbs, and guy called me, says, I do golden seal every day. So how you doing? Oh, he mentioned a long list of issues, because golden seal is it's like dropping a bomb in your digestive tract. And you may need it at sometimes. I'm not saying it's not good. I'm saying that it's something that becomes very aggressive really quickly. It's for we don't know what the problem is. Drop some of this and kill everything, and we'll worry about what's left later. It's like going to war. So I don't even suggest people do golden seal, especially when they're doing this program. We're going to go over that in just a few. So this program is dealing with systemic parasites. They are the ones that live throughout the system. Many of those age-old herbs that we would take back in the day for the that digestive parasites, they're not going to work for the systemic parasites because these are superbugs. Okay? Superbugs is a very special classification of parasites. Toxoplasma is a superbug. What is toxoplasma? Toxoplasma or toxoplasmosis is an infection caused by the single-celled parasite called Toxoplasma gondii or gondii. It is the leading cause of death from food-borne illnesses in the United States. The parasite can form from cysts in the brain, which may disrupt neurotransmitter balance and cause inflammation. The parasite may produce toxins that can alter brain chemistry. Scientists have shown a higher prevalence of toxoplasma antibodies in individuals with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and obsessive compulsive disorders. This parasite, when you look it up, it's going to say, well, it's in cats. I don't have any cats. I don't like cats. Cats are where this parasite begins to go through its birth cycle. It starts its life cycle in the stomachs and guts of domestic cats. Do you have any idea of how many domestic cats there are? Millions, more than humans. It only starts its life cycle in the cat. It's in the kitty litter. If you read the kitty litter, it says right on the bag that you could get toxoplasmosis from the kitty litter, from the dust in the kitty litter. You think that it's dust and vapor and all kinds of stuff coming from the kitty litter. So they put a warning on the bag to let you know to look out for toxoplasma. Wear a spacesuit, gloves and glasses and, a mask. It's that serious. This is very serious. And there's something to the old idea of the crazy cat lady that lives up the street who acts weird. Because the cats they're pooping out this toxoplasma. When the mice eat it and rats eat it, and they're very weird. It's very weird because there's some pheromones in the cat poop and in the cat urine that attracts mice and rats. They say when the cat's away, the mice will play in the poop. Did you know this? And they get all sexually horny and everything when they start, consuming. Wow. Yeah. The cat stuff. So now the rats and the mice forget that they're cats and mice. And they're no longer afraid of the rat. They're no longer afraid of the things, and they don't run from the things or try to kick into survival mode. And they will just walk up to the cat and just sit there while the cat just eats them. They don't even run. Some people say, well, that's not my problem. Well, first of all, you've been to somebody's house that's had cats. You sat on the couch. They may have the people who lived there before or whoever was there at another time. It may be something in the rug. But the cats and the mice and the rats also play in the garden and they poop. So now the rats are carriers. The mice are carriers. Birds eat some of the seeds and some of the poops. So the birds get it, which is why you have groups of birds now they can't even know where south is. There's birds just falling out of the sky. They're saying this could be toxoplasma. They forget. You lose your bearings. You don't know who you are anymore. It's in the vegetables. It's in the feedlots where the factory farming, where they've got all of these cows, chickens, and pigs all hemmed up in these places. And there's lots of cats and rats in those places. There's lots of cats and rats pooping and peeping. So the animals are domesticated because the toxoplasma helps to domesticate them. That's why they don't run away. That's why they don't take over. You got thousands of cows that could just, snap and take over and just get rid of the farmers and leave. They're not going to do it because toxoplasma causes you to stay domesticated. And then we eat that. And then you look at the average person today is domesticated. They'll argue and fight and be mad and angry and scroll and, look at all these things and talk about it, but it won't do much about it because the toxoplasma will keep you from really doing what you really need to do to be you. And you won't be able to protect yourself and know and have the higher knowledge because this parasite actually puts you under a spell. And as we talked about in our class last week, which is on, at the on YouTube right now, you can find it. I think it's Dr. B Winter Insights or something like that, which we did last week. We get deep into this about this, what is schizophrenia and how a lot of people in the country have it, in the world have it, and don't really realize what it is because we think it's just a person that's talking to themselves on the corner naked and they've snapped or they're trying to hurt themselves. A lot of us are trying to hurt ourselves doing self-harm. Eating things and being involved in relationships, self-harm. Not reading labels and consuming things or getting involved in deals and getting a warning on your phone and pushing that thing without thinking. That could be self-harm because now your credit's messed up. People have tapped into your website or into your bank accounts because we're not thinking. We're not being, we're not having a grace period before we ingest or do something, and we've become so consumeristic. We just want to buy. This parasite has a lot to do with your thinking, and they say up to 70% of the people or more, especially since 2020, may have or have this, and which is why so many people go along with things that really have no facts, they have no power. You just go along. Blind faith, they call it. So blind faith has become something else than what it was originally meant to be. But a lot of this may have to do with this brain bug, toxoplasma. Very challenging to get rid of toxoplasma. Toxoplasma and a whole lot of other superbugs may be a part of biological warfare. Microorganisms like viruses, bacteria, parasites, fungi, protozoa, or toxins produced toxins produced by them give rise to diseases in man, animals, or plants when they deliberately disperse in an area to create illness or cause death. Biological warfare. Let's let that sit in for a minute. A lot of us have, we've taken in products and foods and drank water and breathed in the air that has these biological warfare agents in it. And no one here is exempt from this, no matter how you eat. Symptoms of parasites. Let me get rid of this banner. How do we do this? There's something you do here. Let me see. Can I find it? Well, there we go. They're called media assets. There we go. I'm learning this program. Parasite symptoms: depression, negative thinking, schizophrenia, insomnia, confusion, sugar addictions, loss of motivation, loss of sense of self. Think about that. The loss of sense of self. How many of you have that? Or some of us never really had a true sense of self because we were, trained to be somebody other than ourselves. We were programmed. Do you know what I'm saying? Under duress, we had to become what they told us to become. Our families, our groups, and religions, and beliefs, and schools, and governments, they actually get people to lose themselves. But a lot of us have awakened, and some folks have always been awake, wide awake, self-aware. Parasites can cause you to be, lose the sense of self. Chronic anger or fear syndrome, self-harm syndrome, anemia, hormonal imbalances, heart disease, high or low blood pressure, cancer, diabetes, low energy, menstrual problems, sexual dysfunction, over and underweight, drooling while sleeping, itchy ears, nose, anus, and body, epilepsy, that could be parasites in the brain, liver problems, loss of appetite, chronic hunger, unclear vision, grinding of the teeth, gas and bloating, chronic fatigue syndrome, pain in the joints, allergies, fatigue, chronic food and drug cravings. rash and pimples, things floating by the eyes. Now, we're not saying that these are parasites causing this. We're saying that parasites can cause this. And most people have some of this or all of this some of the time. Detoxification is key. So in 1996, after I had a awakening and I had several, I'm not going to get too deep into that because that's a whole nother subject. But something happened in 1996 on the Carnival cruise as the boat went into the Bermuda Triangle to get away from a storm. And I had an experience and it changed everything. And coming out of that, I met a Dogon priest who also was one of the world's greatest botanists, Dr. Kweku Ando, Dr. Anthony Kweku Ando, and his wife, Callie Ando. And through them, they helped to bring me back. And I realized at that point why I was truly here. And I'd had an experience that was a message about how parasites, mental, physical, spiritual, alien, interdimensional, and cosmic parasites were using humanity to receive energy and nutrients. And they were manipulating the people of the planet. And it was up to me to help change that. And there was some story and a dream and some prophecy that I would come along and create something that hadn't existed ever to help people deal with this. Basically, I thought I was having a nervous breakdown, and I basically did. But sometimes a breakdown is also a breakout and a breakup. Sometimes you got to burn things and let them burn to ash before you can use those ashes and rebuild. Sometimes you got to be down in the dust, in the sand, before you can rise like the phoenix. And the lesson that I received and the message that I received was profound. And out of that, I created this program called the Elevated Total Body Paracleanse Program. Actually, it was the beginning of 1997, because 1996, for that whole, after September, I was gone. And it wasn't until the early 1997 that I began to come out of it. I was already an herbalist. I'd been an herbalist for many years, but I'd never really looked at parasites this way and realized how deep this subject on parasites really is. So this program came out of this. It's called the Elevated Total Body Paracleanse Program. I actually have one here to show you. Hold on, let me see if I can manipulate my camera. Comes in a box like this. And in this program, I'll show you again. Somebody says they didn't see it good. This is what the program looks like. It comes in a box. Comes with a booklet. And the booklet tells you how to do the program. The program comes with, this is the Elevated Total Body Program, okay? The Elevated Total Body Program. There's two different ones. There's the, forgive me, cancel, cut, delete, and clear. This is the Total Body Program, and there's also the Elevated Total Body Program. So let's go to the Total Body. Excuse me. Okay, we're at the Total Body. The difference is the Total Body Program is for systemic parasite eradication, detoxification at a cellular level. It increases energy, helps to increase energy and vitality, boost immune system, weight reduction, improve digestion, a clear thought, peace of mind, and enhances overall health and wellness. In this program, you're going to get 2 bottles of the Quantum Paracleanse Super Tonic. Can you see it? I don't know if you can see it good. I'm gonna have to adjust my camera. I don't think it's picking me up in the products. But you get 2 bottles. And I'm actually going to do this today. I'm going to start it with you today. We're going to do this together. You get 2 bottles of the Quantum Paracleanse Herbal Tonic. And the reason why you have 2 is because 1 will only last 2 weeks, and then you start on the second the second bottle in the second 2 weeks. This is not the cleanse. A lot of people are like, why can't I just buy those 2 bottles? Because they're a part of a systemic program. There's everything in this box is important to not only help to eradicate the parasites, but you also have to vaporize the toxins they leave in your body, and then also nutrition to rejuvenate. A lot of cleansing strips the body. I'm not a fan of cleansing. I know people that's been cleansing. Every time I see them, they're cleansing, and they don't look healthy, and they got a bad attitude, or they're just I don't know, something's up with folks that always cleansing. It's like folks that's always burning sage, always trying to get rid of negative spirits all the time. So now, your body doesn't know how to do this on its own. We'd like to train the body and help to bolster the immune system so it can recognize these things on its own. We're only assisting. So these 2 bottles are a part of the program. In fact, let me see if I can show the booklet. Let's see. This probably is not big enough. This is the booklet that you get with the program. And there's a page that, wait a minute. No, that's not right. In this program, there's a page that breaks down the cleanse. And this tells you what you get in the program. So you're going to get 2 bottles of the Quantum Paracleanse. You get 1 bottle of what's called Lax Ease. This is a mild colon conditioner. It's not a deep colon cleanser. And the reason why is because when you're offering something to the general population, we don't know the condition of each individual's colon. This is just a general a tonic. Tonic means to tonify. It's an adaptogen. All of these products here are adaptogenic, which means they attempt to adapt to the biorhythms of your body. That's the difference between regular herbal products and adaptogenic herbs. We're going to have a class about herbalism and metaphysical herbalism, and we'll teach that also. But this is an adaptogenic product which helps to move the peristalsis. Okay? Peristalsis is the movement of your colon. It helps to excite that to move things out, but it's not a deep, hardcore colon cleanse. There's one called Triphala Laxative. Triphala. That's a strong colon cleanse. Some people like to use Super Colon Cleanse. And there's another one by Dr. Goss, CKLS. Those are strong colon cleanses, and there's several of them. This is mild, and most people need nothing but this. They just need to send a spark or an energy field to the colon to tell it to move out the toxicity. You've got to get rid of the parasites. You've got to get rid of the parasites and move them out. That means your colon is key to detoxifying. Okay? Somebody's asking the question, what's the difference between a cleanse and a detox? Actually, it's just words. They're basically the same thing. This is a detox. This is a cleanse. It depends on your perspective of what you'd like to call it. Also, in this program, you get something called New Life. This is a bottle of New Life. New Life was one of the first products I made back in 1992, something like that. 91, 92. It has it's a blood and lymph detox, energy and inflammation tonic, micronutrients, and it's for mucoid plaque. That's the thick, hard plaque that may be in your veins, your arteries, and in your organs. It also has most of your what you call vitamins and minerals. It's called New Life. So now we're actually beginning to not only detoxify from the parasites, but to bring new energy into the body. While you're getting rid of parasites, you're probably going to have a lot of ammonia gas. In fact, that's the way a lot of people know it's working, because they get gas. When parasites are dying, their decaying tissue can put out ammonia gas and other gases. So this tranquility helps to eradicate some of that gas, but it also helps you sleep, because if you have a lot of ammonia gas, you can't sleep well. So this helps to excite L-arnithine, L-arnitine, and those things help to remove the gas and help you sleep better too. L-ornithine, I'm sorry. So tranquility is to help you sleep. You only use this one before bed. See, it's a systemic program. Sleeping is very important while you're detoxifying. Then there is a liver powder. The liver powder helps to support the kidney, liver, and spleen. The kidney, liver, and spleen are technically one organ. Modern man has divided all these organs into different parts. It's like, you know, if you're one person with a lot of different organs, we don't divide you and say that, you know, you're a kidney, you're a spleen, you're a person. These organs, the cleansing organs, the detoxifying organs, which are filters, the kidneys, the spleen, and also the pancreas. All of these help to support your cleansing organs, detoxification organs. Your body is basically a big filter and a juicer. Did you know that? Did you know you juice everything? No matter what you eat, your body juices it. Even that big, you know, steak, it squeezes it and it gets the blood and the pus out. And whatever water happens to be in it, and the rest of it goes out as waste. Your body's a juicer. So no matter what you eat, your body's got to turn it into a juice. Your kidneys, your liver, your spleen, your gallbladder, all those things are a part, even your pancreas are a part of the digestive tract too. So this helps you digest better. It's called liver powder. And most of these products you can buy separately on the cleanse, on the website by themselves, except for the Quantum Paracleanse Herbal Tonic. That will not be sold separately. Okay? So you're going to get a liver powder. And another thing to think about is that keep in mind that when you use this may only last 2 weeks. The cleanse is a 28-day detoxification program. 28 days. You can start anytime. And as long as you go through the whole 28 days, you're going to go through the new moon and the full moon, which is the cycle of life that most parasites live under. So you're going to disrupt their feeding cycle, their mating cycle, their sleep cycle, their awake cycle. You're going to disrupt that. Liver powder is extremely important. Your liver is the master gland. That's why it's called the liver. So you get a bottle, and this one will only last if you use a tablespoon a day. It's going to last about 28 days. No, 2 weeks. You don't need the liver, the kidneys, and spleen to be rejuvenated for more than 2 weeks. Then you pause. So this won't last the whole time. Also, Timeless Man. If you get a program for men, it comes with Timeless Man. This helps to rejuvenate the male reproductive system and helps to balance the male's hormones. People used to call that herbal Viagra, but we actually got something that's more like herbal Viagra. It's called Rise and Shine, if you want to get that too. That one's for instant action. This one is for rejuvenating over time and helping to heal the reason why men are losing or not making enough testosterone and energy, and why the prostate is atrophying or the prostate is holding on to too many toxins. This helps to detoxify the prostate. Women, when you get a cleanse, there is something called Sacred Womb in your cleanse. The Sacred Womb helps to rejuvenate the hormones and helps to balance the female reproductive system, which is different than the men's. We should know that by now. So everybody can't do everything, but it's important for you to be balancing your reproductive organs while you're detoxing from parasites, because you're actually reproducing yourself. What sparks the reproduction process is in your cells, in your hormones. Hormones are chemical messengers. So everything is involved in the detoxification program. Even your teeth. We have a tooth powder. This tooth powder helps to detoxify the parasites that live in your gums. It helps to whiten your teeth. It helps to brighten your teeth. You know that funny flavor, the taste you get in your mouth in the morning? That's parasites. If you detoxify from all the parasites in your body, they're going to go to your mouth. They go to where the herbs aren't. So we catch them slowly over time. And when they get to the mouth, we detoxify them with this. And some folks just love this. They say it's the best tooth powder in the world. If you love it, you can also buy that separately on the website. So this program, along with the booklet that tells you how to do it, right? All comes in the program called the Total Body Program. Okay? Good. Let's keep going. Somebody said, is there a cleanser for epilepsy? Well, almost every illness you could have is connected to parasites. Almost every illness you could have is connected to the toxicity or the energy drain that parasites cause, or parasites causing the illness, or parasites living in the area of the body where the illness exists. So no matter what a person has, I'd be doing a cleanse like this every season. It's important to do seasonal. We're right in the winter season. This is the time when we should do that shift. This will change our energy for the entire year. You see? Somebody's saying, can you show the cleanse again? Okay, that's the Total Body Paracleanse program. Okay. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 things in this program. Yes, women, you get yours has to be the one with sacred womb. Men get one with the timeless man. There is a difference in our biochemistry. So that's the Total Body Paracleanse program, the original program. Now we're going to go to the next level. Let's go back. So after lots of research, we realized that there were superbugs. The first program is not going to deal with superbugs. It deals with systemic parasites throughout the system. It's very good at that. But then we started studying these bioweapons and these parasites that are like alien-like from other realms. And we realized we needed to upgrade it. So we created something called the Elevated Total Body Program. It does do systemic parasite eradication and detoxification at a cellular level, but it now helps eradicate physical, energetic, or non-physical parasites, spiritual parasites. It also is the cleanse that most people are doing if they would like to help to eradicate or to shut down toxoplasma. The Total Body Program does not deal with the spiritual parasites or the toxoplasma. It is only the Elevated Total Body Program that does that. So there's 2 levels here. Toxoplasma and superbugs increase energy and vitality. It boosts the immune system, and it does all the things that the other one does, but it takes it to a whole nother level. It's elevated. And the difference is you get a bottle of this Master Mushroom Tonic. Master Mushroom Tonic. Let me see if I can actually remove that. The Master Mushroom Tonic. Is that right? Yeah. I wish this camera would. I think I need to get another adjustment on my camera so y'all can see products. I see folks doing this. It's a technical thing. But the Master Mushroom Tonic has 12 medicinal mushrooms, very special mushrooms, 12 very specific mushrooms. And not only that, it has, I think it's 8 herbs in here now that actually work with the mushrooms. See, some folks just say, I'm taking mushrooms. Well, there's some plants that communicate with the mushrooms, and they have a very close kinship. So we found the plants that grow in the areas where these sacred mushrooms are. And we put those plants in here too. what we find about medicinal mushrooms is that they can some of them can pass the blood-brain barrier, which most herbs can't. So we can't get the toxoplasma if it's living in your brain because herbs can't pass the blood-brain barrier. Okay, some of these mushrooms can pass the blood-brain barrier, and also vibrational medicine, crystal elixirs, flower essences, essential oils, and sound vibration. All of them can change the consistency and the frequency of blood over a 28-day period. That's where this cleanse shines. There's nothing else like it because we're not just trying to use herbs. Herbs don't do everything. They don't. There's certain things that the body needs energy. It needs electricity. It needs light. It needs frequencies. Flower essences connect you directly to your original core. They connect directly to your angels, the way the light is coming to your body. Flower essences, that's a whole special thing. Look up flower essences, not essential oils. That's different. But do use essential oils, which is a higher vibration of the herbs. But some essential oils you can't take into the body. You use them you put them on a diffuser, and diffuse them in the air. But some you can use in the body. Okay. So the Elevated Total Body Program, it also has the Master Mushroom Tonic and it has the Organic Vitamin C Tonic. This vitamin C is different than any vitamin C out there because it has camu camu berries, which they say camu camu may be the highest amount of vitamin C in any plant. But it also has the Barbados cherry, which they also say is one of the highest amounts of vitamin C. And the baobab tree from the motherland. These are super, super high plant-based vitamin C's where, how they say you should take so many milligrams of vitamin C, but don't go over that because you'll have loose stool. These don't cause loose stool because they're coming from plants versus man-made chemicals. Citric acid, a lot of those things are, man-made, and they cause your colon to let go of everything. You'll have the runs out in the middle of the day, and that's not good. So with vitamin C, we have to be very careful. We use a very natural, organic type of vitamin C from plants in this vitamin C. And we put it in this total body program, now becomes the Elevated Total Body Program because of those two things. It changes everything. It's a game changer. Game changer. These programs are seasonal programs. If you would like to stay at your best, I would do something like this every time the seasons change or within the season. So within the winter season right now, best time. Spring comes, do it again. Summer comes, do it again. Fall comes, do it again. Because you're going to get parasites from your environment no matter what you do. No matter how you live, no matter what you eat, no matter how many other herbs you take. Parasites know what herbs you're taking. They're very intelligent, which is why this is a rhythmic cleanse, and it's a 28-day rhythm. It's actually what I call a 6/8 rhythm. The rhythm I play on the drums, we actually put music and sound in the herbs. Do you know anybody that's doing that? I'd like to know. Who knows how to put sound frequencies in their tonics? Along with flower essences that connect you to your energetic angles of light. Also essential oils, which is the higher vibration of herbs, plus sacred herbs, and herbs, some of them are very rare. We're also using a very special type of water, and it's not your alkaline water. It's alkaline, but it's not made by a machine. You see, we are using these very special micronutrients and minerals, very rare from around the world. We use fulvic acid. Does anybody know what fulvic acid is? Look that up. We use humic acid. These are very rare earth products. There is nothing like it. And the reason why we created this because there was nothing out like it. It's the only reason why we put this together. Okay. So this is I just showed you the total body and the elevated total body. And I'm actually going to start the cleanse today right here with you. I'm going to show you how to take it. And I'm just going to look here because I saw some questions coming up that we want to answer before we actually take the program. Somebody said, should you take vitamins? You can if your vitamins are natural. Now, keep in mind that most vitamins are not whole food vitamins. I don't mean from the store whole foods. I mean totally natural from plants or vegetables or fruits. You want to take whole vitamins. They're called whole food vitamins. And you can look at the ingredients, and it's not a bunch of chemicals. You can see the plants that it came from. So it's condensed into that, whether it's a liquid or a tablet or a capsule. Okay. Let's see. Somebody's saying, what is the discount code again? It is, that code is collective 1. Okay. Let's go back here. Is it safe for breastfeeding? I wouldn't do this while I'm breastfeeding or if I'm pregnant. The reason why is this is very special. This is high doses of superfoods. And sometimes you don't need your child to take those nutrients in because now we got a new problem with balance. The child is actually getting nutrients from you. And we in no way would like to give the child something like this. It's too much. It's too strong. Okay. So somebody said, do we cleanse every 6 months? I would do it every 3 months, every time the seasons change, or every 4 months, however you do your seasons. People got different ways of looking at seasons, but 4 times a year. How often? 4 times a year. Is there a cleaner for epilepsy? No, but any illness that anybody's dealing with, I would be doing a program like this, along with other things. Now, if you have epilepsy or if you have other issues, then you may want to call us or send us an email, and we could possibly guide you through that. And there's many ways to look at things, and we will give you the best way. In fact, we are working on a new part of our website, which is going to have links to products that we don't necessarily sell, but we condone or we've checked out, services. So make sure you keep going to elevationtime.com. In the next month, we've got a whole new section. So you can go there and it'll be your place to go for holistic advice. elevationtime.com. All right, let's go. Was there other questions here? No, you're going to eat while you are doing this program. So in the booklet, not only do you have instructions that show you how to do it, but there's a very important section called the optimal nutrition chart. And in here on the left, we show you what foods are not recommended. And on the right, we show you what foods are recommended. So we go through all of the food groups. On the left, not recommended. On the right, recommended. On the left, not recommended. On the right, recommended. And some folks will agree with this. Some folks disagree. That's not on Jimmy's list. And Bobby Bob and Dr. Dada or whoever said, this is what research that I have found based on Dr. B's experience and experience of thousands of people who have done this program now since the 90s. On the left, not recommended. And on the right, recommended. We go through all the food groups. You get the booklet with the program. There's a short piece on parasites. Somebody said, go back. I guess people are screenshotting. I'll do it again. Let's start again on the foods. So this is the first page. Of the recommended foods. Get your screenshot together. We're going to the second page. Actually, it's page 6 in the book, but it's the second page of the nutritional chart. The optimal nutrition chart comes with the program. It's a booklet, looks like this. Makes it very easy. You can take it to the store with you. You can make marks on it and notes. Here's another page, page 7 of the booklet. Not recommended foods on the left, recommended foods on the right. And this could be a great just a dietary chart for anyone, whether you're doing the program, you know what I'm saying, or not. This is a great way of eating if it works for you. I would recommend doing this during the detoxification, because even some of your foods that may be good for you during this cleanse, we just leave them alone so we could detox. And then you can go back to how you like to eat. But a lot of folks, they eat like this from now on because it's not a starvation diet. And that's the last page of the not recommended and the recommended. Then we've got a page about parasites. Little short piece on parasites. And then we even have a new section of the book, which is an elevated total body guide. It's a graphical chart that you can use. You can check it off and write notes in there on what to take, on what days, at what time. And then we've got one for the total body paracleanse. This idea came to us from Organic Organizers. They helped to put this together and came up with the idea. And then we took it and created this chart. Thank you, Noelle J. over there, Organic Organizers. She's great at coming up with ideas to help organize your life. How many of y'all need help organizing your life? You can go to organicorganizers.com. They do life coaching over there and just help you get your business and your mindset and your ideas clear so they can be presented in a way just like this chart. This was a great idea because a lot of folks are graphical. So that was created, that part of the booklet, we have to give credit to Organic Organizers for helping to organize that for us. Thank you. So this book comes with the program. All right. A few more questions here before I actually start the program. Parasites love sugar, alcohol, cigarettes. Detoxify to clear the way for Dr. B's medicines to work and to heal. Thank you, Marianne. Marianne Hood. Is that Marianne? Yes, those toxic things that put toxins in your cigarettes. In your body. Sugar, if you're using natural sugars, they're okay. It's the processed white sugar. It's the processed brown sugar. If you're using straight sugar cane, real sugar cane, it's actually a medicine. Real sugar cane. I'm not talking about the process. The process is the problem. Processed sugars, created sugars. And look what this other one called, Sucanat. They got several of them out there. And NutraSweet, and there's ones in the little baggies that tells you it kills a rat. And you know what I'm saying? If it kills a rat, come on now. It's think about that. Natural sugars, natural sweeteners. And be careful because a lot of the, juices and sodas are full and loaded with white processed sugar. And that's what parasites, in fact, that's one of the symptoms of parasites is you crave sugar no matter what. You can't stop eating sugar. You need sweet, sweet, sweet all the time. But when you get to the point where you start cleansing, then you'll maybe desire fruits, natural fruits. In fact, a lot of folks have done this program and just done fruit. That's quite okay. Fruit. Some folks say, well, I got diabetes. I can't eat too much fruit. We haven't seen a case of somebody with diabetes who just ate natural fruit have a problem. We do have a product called blood sugar powder for those who would like to deal with what they call diabetes. It doesn't work for everybody, but some folks have a really good effect on themselves when they allow themselves to start eating differently and take these herbs that help to reset the pancreas or the cells on each, or the receptors on each cell, which are responsible for sugar and getting our body to be able to recognize it. Because that's the problem. A lot of folks, the body can't recognize, certain things. Some people have ordered it and they're waiting on it. Yes, it is on the way. We've got a bunch of back up. It's been storms and holidays and postal delays. So please be patient. Start when you can. You're not missing out on anything. Okay. All right. We answered the question about the difference between a cleanse and a detox. This is both. Does it have to be heated up? No, you can take. I'm going to show you how to do it in just a few minutes. You can just do it straight. You don't need to heat it up or anything. You don't even have to put this in the refrigerator. It'd be good if you left it in a dark place, a cool place, not in direct sunlight. And that's why it's in most herbs are in these brown or blue bottles, because they help to shield the sunlight, which would help to degrade the product too quickly. Okay. And you can put this all in water. You can put it all in tea. Some people make really hot water and put all the products at one time in that hot water and drink that water. Yes, you could do it all as a tea and it tastes really good. The only one I suggest you wait on is the Tranquility. That should be taken at night before bed. Otherwise, you may get a little sleepy in the day because it helps you rest. It helps you sleep. It helps put you in what they call a REM sleep. REM is rapid eye movement sleep or dream time. You see, that may not be great during the day unless you're sleeping in the day. Some folks got, different sleeping patterns, but you can put all of these, including the liver powder. You can put that in a tea too. It never dissolves. Now, people try to dissolve that liver powder. It doesn't. You got to keep stirring it so you get the powder in your body. Can you take sea moss while doing this cleanse? Sure, you can take sea moss, and something that may even have a few more nutrients than sea moss is kelp. Any of the seaweeds would be good. Seaweeds are really good. They have a lot of iodine and other minerals. I love dulse. I cook with dulse all the time. It's really good. It gives a real strong, almost like flavor. What they call umami flavor. Is that what the name of it? Umami? Or is that like, that's soybeans? Umami. Okay. Okay, excuse me. I'm gonna take this away and go back. There's a big emergency going on. Can you hear the sirens? That means it's time to emerge. Whenever you hear sirens and things going on in your world or something that disrupts you, it means it's time to change. That's not just an emergency for out there, it's for in here too. Yes. Does it have to be heated up? No, but you can make a hot tea if you like. You can put it in water, or you can put them all directly in your mouth. I'm going to show you in just a few. So you don't have to fast. Some folks have, but it is a fast. If you eat the way we're saying to eat, it's a fast. Some people, even just eating fruit is a fast. Just eating one type of food is a fast. But they got this new thing. What does it call it? Periodic. What's it called? The new thing that everybody's into is a certain type of cleansing. What's it called? Fasting. It's called. Wait a minute. Oh my gosh, I can't remember the name. Somebody put it in there. The name of this fasting that folks do that's supposed to be the new thing. When we always did this naturally, where you don't eat for so many hours and then you eat one meal. That was natural for us. There was times sometimes when we didn't eat naturally. And when you're not eating, your body begins to eat away the toxic materials. So fasting is very good for you. As I said earlier, no, this is not great for breastfeeding or for pregnant women. There are products that on our website that you can take, but especially the quantum paracleanse part of this, I would not do that, or the lax ease if I was breastfeeding or nursing. I can't because I'm in the male body right now. So yes. Can I take the elevated program with just spring water? Yes, you could. Spring water is best. Try to get it not in plastic. Somebody said it might be the light. Can the liver powder be took by itself? Yes. Found an extra bottle and had it in the fridge. Well, the question is, how old is it? Now, if it's turned like a brown and it's damp, I wouldn't use it. But it will last about 2 years. Most of these products will last about 2 years if they're in a cool, dark place. Somebody said the vitamin C is the truth. I'm taking the liver powder by itself. Congratulations. Okay. I just ordered the cleanse. Got fulvic right here. Fulvic acid is amazing especially if you get fulvic acid by itself, not the one that's mixed with minerals. Because you'll see these mineral products and it'll say fulvic acid with minerals. You just made it where it's not, angstrom sized particles anymore, because those big clumps of minerals cause the fulvic to attach to it. And now you have large particles. And the whole thing about fulvic acid is you have these very small angstrom size, nutrients. And fulvic acid is also, it's like a freight train. So when you have fulvic acid in your system, whatever nutrients you put in your body, it's like putting them on a freight train and driving them into the core of the cell. It's actually a transport system, fulvic acid. But it depends on what you're putting on the train. So if you just like fulvic, make sure you get pure fulvic acid without the minerals. It does have its own micronutrients, but fulvic acid and humic acid, that's that's a deep subject. But it is in all of our products, which takes them to another level. Actually, the energy of all of our products when we started using fulvic acid went up 3 times energetically. It energizes everything. It's like pure electricity. You see, it used to be called Wujinsan back in the day, or black gold, or golden liquid. Wujinsan. This is my first time doing the deep cleanse. I'd suggest doing either our total body and the elevated. And once again, the total body is for systemic parasites throughout your body. The elevated is for that, but it also deals with spiritual entities. It also deals with superbugs and things like toxoplasma. It goes very, very deep. And you could still, go to work and everything. It's not the type of cleanse where you've done this and now you can't work. You're running to the bathroom and you're cramped up. It's very mild because we're using adaptogenic herbs. Adaptogens is the key. I noticed when I was becoming an herbalist that a lot of folks are not using adaptogenic herbs because they want something that hits hard and fast. But sometimes slow and easy. Y'all know about that. Sometimes you want it slow and easy and not so fast. So when you do use adaptogens, that is what, adaptogens do. It's a special classification of herbs. Okay. Should I be on a probiotic? I'm glad you asked. Yes, if you can get a good probiotic, yes. I like this one by Vitalife. It's called Vitalife 6060. Vitalife 6060. Soon there will be a link on our website to a lot of these products that we like. But right now, just go to Amazon and look up Vitalife 6060 because it has 60 different strains. That's a high amount of strains. 60 billion or billion little creatures. So it's 60-60. They got one for men, one for women. They might even have one for children too. But yes, it would be best if you could do some type of probiotic. And a lot of the foods that you're going to eat are prebiotics, like yams, green banana before they're ripe, sweet potato, even dates. These are all prebiotics. Even though they're sweet, that sugar is not the type of sugar that your body can totally digest, but it is the sugar that the probiotic creatures in your microbiome, those friendly bacteria, they need that. That's their food. Those are called prebiotics. And and a lot of the herbs that you're going to use here, like the liver powder, has a lot of prebiotics in it, you see, and they feed your probiotics. But yes, probiotics would be very good to take with this program. Okay. You can eat raw if you like. You can do raw. You can do whatever you like. I mean, I'll be honest. There's some folks that don't stop eating their hog head cheese or their pork chops and their chicken necks and whatever else. As folks, I've actually have seen people just eat the way they've been eating. The cleanse still does them well. It's not going to do the best because now it's got to fight the toxicity in the food. I would suggest you eat based on the booklet. Even the blood type thing. For some folks, the blood type diet is causing some issues. That's not for everybody. They haven't properly cataloged all the blood types because the blood type has a lot to do with melanin, and nobody mentioned that. Has a lot to do with sunlight, where you are. What are you wearing? Are you wearing polyester clothing? I would also suggest that during this cleanse, don't wear or use polyester or any of the unnatural fabrics or fibers. You see, get 100% cotton at least. And it's cold out. Wool is really good, 100%. But what we don't realize, those microplastics and those toxins from these polyesters and these man-made chemical clothing is actually creating toxins in our body too. And this does help to pull out a lot of those microtoxins in the body. So it's not just parasites. It's also toxicity. It's not toxicity. There's so many levels of toxicity in all of us. You can't be perfect on the earth. Can children do this? Now, this is a questionable thing. Some folks with children have taken this and cut the dosage in half because there's a specific dosage, which I'm going to go over in a few, that people have taken this and given it to children and cut it in half. I can't say to do that. I don't prescribe. I would like your children to be as safe as possible. But you as a mother or a father, you may, take my muscle testing class and see if it's good for the child. Remember the personal muscle testing class? It's The Body Never Lies. It's a course that we did just a couple weeks ago. In fact, we're going to have an addendum to that coming up soon. So it's a 3-part course on muscle testing. And you could test to see if it's right for your child. Muscle testing is a very good way to see, because we want everybody to be as safe as possible. And this is a very strong program. But people have given it to their children and done very well. I took that with X Factor whenever I caught COVID, and I bounced back like a champ. That X Factor is a product on the website which is for colds and flus, especially anything that's flu-like. What is that? Wow, look at the resin. This has frankincense and myrrh. You can see it sticking to the sides of the bottle. But this is X Factor. X Factor is for intracellular detoxification, enhances natural defenses, abnormal cell growth, which they call cancer, and viruses. This is an antiviral. It's called X Factor. That is a very strong product. It doesn't come in the cleanse. It is totally separate, but some folks choose, because we are in one of those times where it seems like viruses are popping up every day, new ones. They got a new one, the norovirus or something, where you can't stop, vomiting. And do I recommend colonic treatments? I recommend this program first. And if your colon is moving, then you're good. Now, some folks in an emergency may have to do a colonic. My suggestion is, let's see if you could take some natural herbs first or along with it. If, colonics some people do very well with them. I'm not saying don't do them, but some folks have a very big challenge with colonics. And that's almost with anything. Certain foods, everything's not for everybody. So if it's working for you, good. If you'd like to do a colonic with the cleanse, then it's up to you. And yeah. Okay, thanks for clarifying the food part. Let's keep going. So anything for kids? Well, if you got kids or baby goats, then I don't have anything for animals. But if you've got children, like I said, some folks are cutting this in half or bringing the dosage down. Great to do the cleanse before the 9 event. What is a 9 event? Is there a 9 event? What is a 9 event? Sounds like something. The 9 event. I need to know about the 9 event. This whole year is a 9 event. A 9 event. What is the 9 event? Are you going to be at the 9 event? Okay, somebody's from Australia. People asking about children. Somebody's talking about enemas. Enemas actually can work out very well for people, especially if you do what they call a coffee enema. Look those up online. I've seen folks do very well with coffee enemas. Sucralose. What is that? Where did that come from? When did they invent that one? Somebody said, I don't see a guide. The guide comes with your program. Okay. Some folks lose it. I can't find it, Dr. Ray. The dog ate it. Yeah. Okay. I'm a type 1 diabetic. Fruit is amazing for that. Don't let people lie to y'all about fruit. It depends on the fruit. Not every fruit is equal either. Certain fruits. A lot of fruits have been played with so deeply that I was in the store one day and they had these things called plouts. What is a plout? The guy said, well, it's a pear, a peach, and a plum. I think that's what he said. No, it was a peach, a plum, and a apricot plout. And they didn't look right. They were just sitting there kind of like I don't know, man. They put water on them and the water beat it up. And I don't know, man. It was just, my body told me no. And when your body says no, that's no. Go with your gut. Okay. How long does this discount stay good for? Till Monday at midnight. Somebody says, show the discount code again. The discount code is the collective 1. It's good until Monday. Oh, ketchup on the lime. Edamame is soybeans. Yeah, I don't recommend those on the cleanse either. They could play with your hormones. Edamame, umami is in flavor. Somebody's helping me. Help me out. Edamame, umami, yeah. So the dulse creates like an umami flavor when you're making. I made some beans the other day. Oh my gosh. My favorite bean is mung bean. Oh my gosh. It's one of the only beans. I think it is the only bean that has chlorophyll. Amazing, amazing flavor. It's, to me, the queen of beans. And you don't have to soak them very long. They're like in the lentil family. Whoo! There's a thing in Ayurvedic medicine where they just do a whole month of mung beans and basmati rice. That's a whole Ayurvedic detoxification cleanse. Yeah. Why do you say not to use rubbing alcohol during the cleanse? Because it's everything you put on your skin is going in your blood in 17 seconds. Everything you put on your skin is going through your blood. And it would be better to use something like witch hazel. The regular rubbing alcohol is a chemical. You could use, some people have used, organic rum on their skin like a rubbing alcohol. Yes. Yeah. But anything you put on your skin, chemicals, these toxic makeups, that's in your blood. People are going to start seeing a lot of illnesses in the next 10, 20 years because of the makeup and the chemicals and the colognes and the hundreds and hundreds of chemicals in your average cologne. Hundreds. Yeah. Okay. All right. Intermittent fasting. That's what it's called. Intermittent fasting. We always did that. Now it's a big thing. Intermittent fasting. People who didn't have might only eat once a day or once every other day. Sometimes once a week. You could live actually eating once a week. You really could. Now it's a big thing. It's commercial, intermittent fasting. And they've got all these different programs and why Europeans say that it's great. What about the Asian and the brown and the Eurasian and the Asiatic and all the other people in the world who've been doing this forever? They had no choice. Excuse me. All right, I'm going to start the cleanse here, and I'd like you guys to come along with me. Okay. Colonics and enemas. A lot of questions about them. I feel like, some folks who do colonics have to keep doing them because it's almost like your body can't do it without it. So just be careful, talk to your people and make sure you're not doing something that's a new habit that you have to have. And our key is to get our bodies to do things on their own. Even like taking herbs and all this, there's times when we don't take them. There's times we don't take vitamins. So your body can remember how to do this. That's why we don't do this cleanse all the time. You know what I'm saying? We got to get our bodies to be able to accurately regulate themselves. And that's what we're doing, is jump starting the body and assisting the body to be able to do things on its own. So be careful from moving from one habit to another. It depends on the multivitamin. Do women benefit from taking multivitamins? It depends on the vitamin. Most of these vitamins are not really, vita means smallest particles of life. And a lot of them are not the smallest particles of life. Vita means life. Vitamin, small particles of life. And some of them are glue. Throw it in some water. If it doesn't digest, what is it? Just leave it in water. Some folks do well with kombucha. Some folks don't. You have to test it. Okay. All right. I'm going to stop right here. It's a lot of questions. Is freezing your fruit okay? Yeah, if you have to. It still has life. Still has energy. It's not going to have the same amount of life, but still freezing it, you're still going to get the basic minerals. Even if you cook something all the way to an ash, that ash still has mineral life in it. Thank you for recommending apricot seeds. Yeah, apricot kernels are really good. Vitamin B17. All right. So here's what we're going to do. Add to the stage. There we go. All right. So here's how it goes. In your cleanse, you get 2 bottles of the Quantum Paracleanse. They have a green bar across them. 1 bottle, you're going to take it and put it to the side. You're not going to need it till the second 2 weeks. The first bottle, you're going to take off the seal. Unless you have a way of taking the herbs directly through the bottle, it's best to take the seal off. Y'all okay? Is it all right? We all right? Yeah, I know I said it was going to be a couple hours, but something always happens. Always shake your bottle up. Notice there's a symbol on the bottle, which is the same symbol up in the corner of the screen. That's on every bottle. That symbol, when you see it, it creates balance in your body, in your mind. It goes in through your first eye, which they call the third eye, and actually creates balance. So just look at it for a second. And that begins to balance the body and get ready for what's about to come down. Hold your product in your right hand and just think about what you're doing. Just shake it a little bit. Think about what you're about to do, because energy is coming out of your right hand into the product. You're programming the product for your goal. And your goal is to detoxify, let go, and cleanse the things you no longer desire. So just shake it with that in mind. Okay. Then you're going to open it up, put your dropper in there and squeeze it 1 time. And as you notice, when I squeeze it, the liquid comes up about 1 inch. Let's do it again. Squeeze it 1 time. Liquid automatically comes up to about 1 inch. That's called a dropper full. When you see it in the booklet, it will say 1 dropper full the first day. So on the first day of taking this program, you're going to take 1 dropper full of the Paracleanse. This is very important. 1 dropper full. Don't keep squeezing it and try to make it fill all the way up. So that's almost 2 inches. No. You're going to squeeze all that out. 1 squeeze is a measured dropper. one dropper the first day. So this is day 1 for me. So I'm going to do one dropper, and I'm going to choose to do mine directly in my mouth. One dropper the first day. Second day, 2 droppers. Third day, 3 droppers. Fourth day, 4 droppers. Fifth day, 5 droppers. Sixth day, 6 droppers. When you get to 6 days, you stay on 6 droppers from now on. What we're doing is we are hunting the parasites. So when you take one dropper the first day, they don't know you're coming because they're very intelligent, 2.5 billion years or more old creatures. They're survivalist. Yes, somebody says, is that the flower of life? Yes, it's the flower of life. Creates balance just from looking at it. So the first day, 1 dropper. Did you see what I just did? I squoze it. Squoze, is that a word? It came up about 1 inch, and I took it in my mouth. I could have put it in a glass, a shot glass or whatever. If I had hot tea, I would have put that 1 dropper in there. If I was putting it in a glass of water, 1 dropper the first day. 1, not 2. 1 dropper the first day, so the parasites cannot prepare their defenses. You're hunting them. You've got to graduate. I'm going to say it again. 1 dropper the first day, 2 the second day, 3 the third, and you keep graduating up until you get to what? Day 6. When you get to day 6, on day 7, you do 6. On day 8, you do 6. You stay on 6 droppers until this bottle is empty, which will be about day 14 if you're doing it correctly. If not, you just keep going on 6. Just stay on 6 until it's gone. If you're doing too much, you'll be, this bottle will be gone before 2 weeks because you're trying to fill the dropper up. This is what a lot of folks do. They want to get there quick. No, slow down, because the parasites are very intelligent and they will come back with a vengeance. 1 dropper the first day. When you get to 2 weeks, that bottle is empty. Then you grab your second bottle of the Quantum Paracleanse and you stay on 6 for the next 2 weeks. These 2 bottles should carry you 28 days. No, we don't sell them by themselves. No, by themselves, they're not systemic cleanses, not by themselves. They only work on a system within the program. Stay with the program. The next thing, for me, I choose to do New Life next. Now, most of these other products, you're going to do 3 droppers a day. Only the Paracleanse are you doing 1 dropper the first day, 2 the second, and you keep increasing or graduating, right, until you get to day 6. That's part of the rhythm. You all know about the rhythm technique? This is a nutritional rhythmic technique. It's based on a musical rhythm. Your body begins to realize the rhythm, and your cells begin to go into a circadian rhythm by doing this way. On the same day, this is day 1, you're going to take your New Life, shake it. Focus on what you desire. Focus on your goal. Don't make it a whole long list. Just really quickly, cleansing and detoxification, shake it. That energy is coming down your arm. It's going into the herbs. You're now energizing it. And now you're going to do 3 of these. So bring it up about 1 inch, 1 squeeze. Squeeze again. Ooh, this is good. It's going to come up about 1 inch. And 3. So that's New Life. 3 droppers a day. Now, all of this is in the book. You're going to get the book, and it tells you all of this. So don't say, well, don't try to remember it now, but you're going to get a booklet with your cleanse. And some folks have lost their booklet. If you ever lose your booklet, go to elevationtime.com and go to education. And up there, I think it's under parasite cleansing. You'll see parasite cleanse instructions. It doesn't have the nutritional chart, but just the basic instructions will be there. And actually, I think in a couple of weeks, we're going to have if you like to buy the booklet, you'll be able to purchase the booklet too. Not right now, but we will soon. We're working on that for a PDF version of the booklet because some folks lose it and cost us money to send them a new one and all that. This way you can purchase it and get the download. So New Life, 3 droppers on day 1. Lax Ease, 3 droppers on day 1. And I'm doing them all basically at the same time. Once you get the label off, once again, hold it in your right hand. This is Lax Ease, a mild colon conditioner. Shake it. Can we use agave? Yes, if it's the dark one. Once again, 3 droppers. 1 squeeze, 2, 3. 3 droppers of Lax Ease. And then I did 3 droppers of the New Life. And what's easy is you're going to stay with this throughout the whole cleanse. These are not going to change. The only one that graduates up slowly is the Quantum Para Cleanse. Next, I happen to be a man this time. You never know, because in some of these other lives, you may have been something else. I may have been a ladybug in another life. Timeless man. Brothers, be careful, because some brothers start trying to do a lot of this and they run out. Now they don't have enough for the cleanse. If you want to buy an extra bottle, okay, because this can supercharge your manhood and all of a sudden you're ready to strike lightning day and night. So just be careful with this one and not go too far. Just going to do 3. Just going to shake it in your hand. Think about your manhood. Shake it up. Work it up. Okay. 3 droppers of Timeless Man. 1, 2. Ooh, this is good. These things taste amazing. 3. Woo! All right, now I'm ready. Hallelujah. Woo! That Timeless Man is a little spicy, so it gets your blood moving and gets you warmed up. Helps you relax. A lot of men don't know how to relax. That's why we can't get it together. We haven't figured out how to relax anymore. We're all caught up in other things. Okay. All right. So far, I have done 1 dropper of the Quantum Para Cleanse, 3 droppers of New Life, 3 droppers of Lax Ease, 3 droppers of Timeless Man. Now that's if I'm doing the total body program. What I'll also do each day is I'll take the liver powder, right? Open it up. You take your liver powder. You're going to do 1 tablespoon. A level tablespoon. Don't heap it up all high. 1 level tablespoon. And put it in your drink. You could use tea. Some people use fresh squoze or orange juice or lemon juice, or some folks use flax milk. If you like to use oat milk, any of those, those are a little more challenging. Oat milk and almond milk. Flax milk, we think right now might be about the best. But you just put it in here and stir it up. What did I use? 1 level tablespoon of the Lax Ease. Of the liver powder. Now, I could have chosen to take all those products I just took and put them in this same glass and just stir it up and go. That's what's so great about this. You could just knock it all out at one time. But I'm going to do it separately. Now, this does not dissolve. Okay? Now, some people have asked me, some people have said, well, I identify as this sex or that sex. What should I do? Well, I've had people buy both. They get a timeless man. Let's say, you know what I'm saying? They may have been born as a man, but they identify as a female. It's quite okay. That you might want to get the sacred womb too. So you buy your basic, what were you when you were born? Now, what do you choose? So you might want to do the sacred womb also. That's your choice. Or just the opposite. You may have been born as a woman, but you identify as a man. So you get the elevated or the total body program for the person you were born as, and then you buy an extra bottle of sacred womb if you were born as a man. You could do that too. I've had a lot of folks say, man, this is a winning combination. It's up to you. People can choose to be who they are, and they'd like to enhance that part of themselves. You can choose. So, because there's a lot of new energy happening right now, and we have to be respectful of all of it. And it's all about energy. It's all about thought. Okay. So now check it out. I done stirred it up real good. As much water as you like, or as much milk, or it tastes really good in what they call it? Unfiltered apple juice. Oh my gosh. That's the one. Putting it in unfiltered apple juice is amazing. Because the taste is not just your regular taste. It is very different tasting. So stir it up really good. Whoops. I'm spilling all over myself. I messed up my new shirt. Let's see. Wow. That's the first time I did that. I mixed it with matcha tea. I was drinking matcha green tea. That's off the chain. The matcha green tea and the liver powder. Wow. It also has some manuka honey, which I put in my tea. Wow. That was amazing. Whew. That just blew my mind. Sometimes you got to let the wind blow the cobwebs out your mind. Ain't that a song by George Clinton of Parliament Funkadelic, or one of them? Let the music blow the cobwebs out your mind. I just got the cobwebs blown out my mind. Wow. So I took the liver powder. I'd already made some green tea. I take like a teaspoon of matcha green tea and put it in warm water and stir it up really, really fast. I get the powdered version. They also have tea bags and all that, but I like the powdered version. And I put some of that manuka honey. I got the expensive one. It's like $80 a bottle, but it's so powerful. Manuka honey is amazing by itself. Whew. And then I put a tablespoon. And some folks told me, they said, Dr. B, I want to make my liver powder last longer. Okay. Use a teaspoon. Okay. It really only needs to be working in your system for 2 weeks. It's not going to last the same amount of time as the whole cleanse. It's made that way. Okay. Wow. That's really good. So I'm going to brush my teeth with the tooth powder. That's going to be so. I'm not going to do it now, but it's going to turn your toothbrush a little brown. We're actually looking for some brown toothbrushes with brown hair or with the bristles, so it doesn't stain it. But it will stain your. And if you have porous teeth, this is another thing. Some people have porous teeth where the shiny coating, the enamel is gone from their teeth. It'll stain your teeth. But if it does that, what you do is brush your teeth with baking soda for a week, and it'll begin to whiten them again. But this is a very powerful product for getting rid of the parasites and the plaque and a lot of that stuff that's growing in your mouth and the parasites that have moved from out of your body, out of your liver, your kidneys, and your spleen. And you'll notice when you're doing the cleanse, sometimes your tongue, you'll start off with a white or grayish coating. And as you detoxify, your tongue will become more and more pink. And that's a symbol, that's a sign of your liver detoxing. And it's a sign also of yeast. A lot of people have candidiasis. And this program does help with candidiasis, but you're definitely going to have to get a good probiotic like that one called 6060. And it's going to take you maybe up to 6 months or more for candidiasis if it's really a strong type. Now, before bed. Now, I'm not going to do it now because I got things to do today, because this will make you sleepy. Remember, whenever you hold it, shake it in your hands. If it's rest and sleep that you're looking for, you shake it up with that in your mindset. Whatever you do with any herbal product, you got to energize it. It's not just going to do it by itself. You've got to consciously energize it. You got to become intimate with it. You got to have intercourse with the product so that the course that you're on enters your body on the course and the place, so you can end up with the orgasmic place that you'd like to get to, which is the high point. That was a little deep, wasn't it? So you're connecting with your products, no matter whose products, no matter what you're taking, energy is leaving through your right hand, and you've got to mentally energize and focus the energy on what you desire. It's not just going to do it. No herb, no substance just does it. You got to meet it halfway. What's that saying they used to say in church? Take one step closer to God. God takes 10 steps closer to you. I used to be sitting there in church. I did this a lot of times, and I don't see God. It's because I hadn't seen myself. And one day I saw God in me, and I realized, wait a minute. When I take one step closer to being myself, my original self takes 10 steps closer to me. By doing this, you're taking 10 steps closer to yourself by detoxifying all that stuff that's in your system. That's why you're not who you could be, because you're haunted by stuff. All right. So let's go over it one more time. Then I'm going to show you the elevated. So you get 2 bottles of the Quantum Paracleanse. They're the same. They have a green line across them. You're going to, first day, take 1 dropper. The second day, you're going to do 2. Third day, do 3. You keep graduating till you get to day 6, and you stay on 6 from then on. Then after 2 weeks, that bottle should be done. Open up your second bottle. It has a green band across it. This one, you continue with the 6. You stay on 6 for the rest of the program. New Life, it has like a little golden colored band across. 3 droppers every day. 3 droppers every day. Laxis, 3 droppers every day. For men, Timeless Man. It's got the red bar band. 3 droppers every day. Okay. So everything is 3 except for the Quantum Paracleanse. The liver powder, 1 tablespoon in some sort of liquid. It doesn't dissolve. It doesn't. Just shake it up. Make sure you get all that powder. Before bed, Tranquility, 3 droppers before bed. 3 droppers. A dropper comes up about 1 inch when you squeeze it. Every morning, you could do it a couple times a day. Brush your teeth with the herbal tooth powder. This is what we call the elevated total body program. And from what we know, there's nothing like this on the planet. That's why we created it. We don't do the same thing with everybody else does. We're not in competition with what's happening. We are doing what we're doing that comes through us. And this is something that we feel is really important at this time. Okay. Now, wait a minute. That's not the picture. That was the elevated. The total body. This is the total body. That's just for systemic parasite cleansing. It's very good. It goes beyond just the colon and works on your entire system. Okay. Now, if we take the next step, the next leap, we graduate to the elevated total body Paracleanse program. Everything is the same. Everything is the same. Except you're getting the very special high potency organic vitamin C tonic. 3 droppers a day. 3 droppers a day. 3. This is the elevated program. And the master mushroom tonic. This one, you're going to do 6 droppers. Now you can choose to do 6 droppers. You could do 3 in the morning and 3 in the evening, or just do 6 in the morning. 6 droppers of the Master Mushroom Tonic. This activates it. You can actually see it move. When you put it in there, if you put it in water, you'll see the water begin to spin because it has an energetic field that it creates. Yeah, this right here, Mushroom Tonic, I haven't seen, and there's a lot of mushroom products out there. There's a lot of them, and they're all good. We're not saying that this is better. This is different because of the unique organization of the mushrooms that we chose, and also the unique organization of the herbs that are in here too that work with the mushrooms. That's a different science right there. Which plants are you to combine with certain? Did you know certain herbs could actually deactivate certain mushrooms? And certain mushrooms can deactivate certain herbs. Did you know that? So we've very carefully figured out what works with what. All of this works together as a system. So this is the elevated program now. And the elevated program deals with the same thing, the systemic parasites, but now this one helps eradicate physical, energetic, and non-physical parasites. Non-physical? Yeah, I think it was last year in the spring when we realized, when I was in the desert out by in Nevada, and I was, some of the herbs that we use, we pick, so there's a very special group of herbs that are only in the desert. So I was picking the herbs and I started hearing voices because I guess that could sound a little weird. The plants talk to me, just like John Washington Carver. Is it John Washington Carver? Is his name John? I just changed my man's name, John Washington Carver. Wow. But a lot of your great botanists and earth people will tell you that the plants and nature talks to them. Well, as I was out in the desert and I was picking this one plant, the desert began to speak. It was in the air. And I began to look at some plants way in the distance, and I realized, wow, that's Joshua tree. Joshua tree helps to deal with your core stuff in your roots, stuff you got from your family. Joshua tree. Some of that is what they call the generational junk or curses. And then I began to think some more, and I began to feel some more and open up and allow nature to talk to me. And there was 3 plants that was out there growing. And I realized that these are for energetic or spiritual parasites. And at that point, we hit a whole new level. And George Washington Carver. I came back to the lab and started putting it together. And I was like, whoa, this is deep. We've just hit a whole new level. I don't know of any product out there that deals with that on that level. So now we're dealing with physical, mental, and spiritual parasites, especially with this elevated total body program. That is amazing. It also helps to not eradicate, but it turns down or shuts off, or can what we call shield the frequency from toxoplasma. You may not actually be able to get rid of all your toxoplasma in your brain. You may not be able to, but you can make it go into what they call a quiescent state or go into hibernation by putting certain things and changing the chemistry and frequency of your blood so that it can't communicate with its homies. It can't send a message. It can't control you like that. A lot of folks say when they do this cleanse, it changes the way they communicate. It changes who they are. Excuse me. Some of the particles from that liver powder got caught in my gullet. Excuse me. Old people say, excuse me, and they get the coughing. Yep, copper bottle, y'all. We got copper bottles. We got a few left at the website. Copper energizes everything. And all of these products, they go through a copper process. We put them in copper containers for a certain amount of time because the copper, which is antibacterial just by itself, also it's very conductive. So it conducts energy from the atmosphere. So a lot of these are made and created in copper. The pots, everything that we use to make these products is very unique. It's a time-consuming process. We're not just trying to rush this stuff out. So when you order keep in mind that it's going to take some time. This is like handmade. This is old school. This is not, you hit a button on an app and all of a sudden the herbs pop out. They'll have that soon. Artificial intelligence will make you an herb and just pop it out on a little piece of fibrous plastic. And it'll say, well, this is alfalfa. I don't know. That's what they had on Star Trek. They could energetically make anything. I don't know if I'm going to be with that. We need earth medicine, y'all. So we use copper. Another thing that we do, every formula starts off with water. Let me come back here. Every product that we make, remember I said it's a process where we put it in copper. We have big copper bowls that we put crystals in. So there's also crystal elixirs. And if anybody out there understands what crystal elixirs are, they're deep. That is it's mystical how they work. So everyone has crystal elixir water. We also use water and minerals from the Great Barrier Reef. Some of the most potent water in the world from the Great Barrier Reef. There's like 4 places on the planet where the water deep down at the bottom of the ocean, there's these ley lines and this plankton that grows in that area where that water is highly conductive and it has all of these micronutrients. So we're using water or minerals from the Great Barrier Reef in this. Do you know anybody doing that? The way I slipped up on it, talking to a musician who's a guitar player who actually mines this. That's his job. He gets this special water and makes these products, but he's a guitar player. He lives in Spain, not Dr. Mahdi, but another guy. That's interesting. He's also in Spain. I got to hook them up. Yeah. I knew it was something I've been forgetting to remember. But every formula starts with water and Celtic sea salt. Also, while you're on the cleanse, take your water and take just a few granules of Celtic sea salt. You don't need a lot. You don't need to make it taste like the ocean. Celtic sea salt has bioavailable minerals. Same minerals they talk about that you're getting from your sea vegetation, like Irish moss and Celtic, and kelp and wakame, Celtic sea salt. When you put Celtic sea salt in your water, it changes your water. It changes the viscosity, the energy, the electricity of the water. And it tells your cells to open up and what? Let water in. Just Celtic sea salt. A lot of folks have these blood pressure issues and things. Try a little Celtic sea salt in your water. I don't care what kind of water it is. Put a little Celtic sea salt in it, and it helps it become more absorbable. A lot of folks are dehydrated, and they drink water all day. They drink a gallon. I drink a gallon of water every day, Dr. B, and I'm still dried out, lips crackly, ashy knees, because you need a little bit of sea salt in your water. Celtic. I like this particular one. This is Le Mariner's sea salt. Unrefined mineral sea salt, hand harvested in France. Okay. Some people say, I don't want nothing from France. Why not? Did you know France was started by a man and a woman from Ethiopia? It's actually, that's a whole nother subject, where the whole French thing comes from. The history of the world is not what you think. So I like this Celtic sea salt, Le Mariner's. Okay. And I bought this on, what's the name of it? Amazon. Came in 2 days. So while you're drinking water, use the little bit of sea salt so you can have more water flowing through your system. The more hydrated you are, the healthier you're going to be. Okay. So I've gone through the cleanse. I've actually done my herbs for the day. I'm going to do this every day. My highest choice is that y'all do it with me together. I've never done this before in public, so y'all can see and feel and experience what I am. Isn't this beautiful? Yeah. Wow. People on there talking about their children said hi to me. I don't know. Hey, children, how you doing? Dr. B here. why do we talk to children in these funny little voices? Hi, little baby. The baby's looking up like, what the hell? Am I on the right planet? Why are they talking like this? They don't talk to each other like this. But it's something about children. We feel like they're small and their ears are small. So we better talk in small voices. You better talk to that child like they just like you. Use your regular voice because they get to looking at you. You was lying all the time. What was the fake voice? You figure now you become the cartoon. Speak in your regular voice to the children. Okay? All right. So where are we? So that was the total body in the elevated total body program. Some folks who are dealing with viruses are concerned, the X factor. I think I had a slide I was going to show because folks keep asking about that X factor. X factor is off the chain. X factor is just amazing. That stuff knocks out things that nothing else could knock out. And you can take it with, the cleanse. Okay. Let's see. Here we go. So this is the X Factor Supernatural Antiviral Remedy. These powerful herbs have been used traditionally to help eradicate and disorganize viruses, deep cellular detoxification and purification, to greatly enhance immune function as a part of a healing program to help reduce abnormal cell growth, which they're calling cancer. They say most cancers have to do with parasites and viruses. Even some types of diabetes and certain illnesses have to do with parasites and viruses. So this is the X Factor. It's very powerful. You can take it along with the cleanse. But this you got to put in hot water. You got to put it in really hot water because it has alcohol, a lot of alcohol in it. The only way we can hold this in quiescence is to actually put it in high natural alcohol, and you've got to burn that vapor off. When you put herbs that have alcohol in them, all of these have a little bit of natural, alcohol, but this one has more. And put it in really hot water. And you can take some people do 6 droppers twice a day, depending on how viral you think you are. Some people have gone viral, especially since 2020. A whole lot of folks went viral. Another thing really quickly, a lot of us are having an issue with iron. Iron Essential. This is probably our second bestseller. It goes fast. We are living and eating plants that are iron deficient because there's very little iron in North America in the soil. So when you use this, shake it up once again. This is not in the cleanse. This is separate. This is an add-on. Shake it with your right hand with all herbal products, even water. When I do this, I do 6. 1, 2, 3. This tastes good. 4, 5, 6. Woo! This is good right here. Man, you can make a drink out of this. Woo! This is off the chain, man. Got that sarsaparilla and beets and this is really good. Iron Essential, y'all. It has magnesium, which you need magnesium if you're taking iron. And if you're taking iron and magnesium, you also need calcium. They're all in here in trace amounts. It helps with anemia, energy, whole body wellness. It's a blood tonic. It's for poor, tired blood. How many of y'all got poor, tired blood? Every time you go to the doctor, they tell you you're anemic. And you could tell if you're anemic because your attitude be off. You're angry all the time, sad all the time, slow and energetic and brain fog. You don't have enough iron. Iron is what your body uses, your blood uses to carry nutrients and oxygen to your organs. Yeah, a lot of folks, especially women in North America, have a blood issue. They don't have enough because they're letting it go each month. So this helps to rebuild your blood. Iron Essential. Yeah, it's got a new price. Some people say, why it went down $10? It did, because we've got a lot of it at the website right now. So go get, you may want to get several bottles because you never know when something's going to happen. You see stuff is happening every day. Okay. And one last thing, the Platinum Life Elixir. This is for your brain. This is for your third eye or your first eye to get you sharp, to get you focused. It also helps to detoxify heavy metals. Heavy metals is a whole nother thing that most of us have from the chemtrails, from the air, from the plastic bags, the wax inside of products, and the plastic inside of Coke cans and aluminum cans. They got plastic inside of them. You think you're using aluminum, but it's plastic, and aluminum itself is a heavy metal that gets caught. So this helps to pull out heavy metals. It also helps to repair your telomeres. We'll do a whole show one day on telomeres, but that's what has a lot to do with your life potential, how much life you think you could have. You see, it has to do with increasing, right, your life expectancy. What do you expect out of life? This whole program today has been about your life expectancy. What do you expect? What would you like to create? And to do that, we must detoxify and get rid of the baggage and the stuff that you no longer desire. The things you're carrying, you don't even know you're carrying it. Some folks say after they do this cleanse, they change mentally, physically, spiritually. One lady told me years ago, she said, Dr. B, you are a genius. I love you. I got rid of a 250-pound parasite. I said, what? My husband. He's been draining my life force all my life. I married him when I was a teenager, and I got rid of him now. And guess what? I got a new life. I no longer have a job. I have a career in my garage. I said, she got rid of a 250-pound parasite. How many of y'all got parasites in your life? Family members and things and entities. Turn those entities into outities. Are you ready? Some people say, well, does this eradicate tumors? Well, most tumors are sacks full of parasites. A sack of parasites along with fungus and yeast. That's pretty deep. A sack of parasites. Whew. Yeah, Okinawan salt is good. Yes, everybody's got good salt around the world. It's just, salt they're getting from Utah, the table salt. That's only sodium, and that's a problem. We would like to have salt that's balanced, that has the other minerals. Okay. Some folks say this, you can feel these products work instantly. That's because they're energetic. It's different than just an herbal product. It's an energetic thing that's happening electrically, physically, the ionization effect, the energetic field. And just looking at the logo, just looking at the flower of life already begins the product. It already opens your system up so it begins to work. Is that deep? Even the box has the logo on the outside with the flower of life. Okay, just a few more questions before we log off for the day. Can you take Passion Elixir with the Total Body Cleanse? Now, this Passion Elixir, y'all, you know what I'm saying? People love this Passion Elixir. It's good for social anxiety, creativity, and sexual awareness. Some folks ain't even aware of their sexuality. They don't even want none. They don't even know what none is. They have no idea about sexuality because they think it's just about intimacy and physical. Sexuality has to do with what you're pulling in and what you're making love about, what you're moving towards, what's your what. It's not just about the physical sexual act. Sexual awareness has to do with you attracting the opposite energies and you realizing what's good for you and what's not good for you. But this Passion Elixir helps to make you very creative, extremely. And you become passionate about what you desire. How many things are you passionate about that has nothing to do with you? Passionate about somebody else's business, passionate about scrolling through the internet, looking at everybody, what they got going on, passionate about the news, passionate about this. Become passionate about yourself. Learn to make love with yourself, by yourself, for yourself, by working on that heart chakra. This is heart chakra medicine, measurement, medicine. So yes, you can take Passion Elixir. In fact, any of the products that we have on the website. And somebody's saying, what about heaven on earth? Yes, some of us need that heaven on earth to relax our nerves, to create heaven on the planet so we can be calm while we're being creative and get rid of these parasites. Okay. Dr. Yaki says, is taught that certain viruses are a byproduct of parasites. This is true. He's on it. That's true. A lot of this stuff we make, our bodies make it. So our bodies are trying to fix themselves. But sometimes, we're so sick that we can actually hurt ourselves because we keep eating and thinking and feeling, and that's creating all of this environment. And our environment becomes inflamed, and we have fires burning within us. Okay. All right. Yes. Is the platinum life elixir good if you have tooth implants? It has nothing to do with tooth implants. Platinum is going to give you the humic acid, fulvic acid, gold, iridium, platinum, silver, and copper in a high spin state. That's a subject all within its own. Platinum is the product we made with Dr. Dick Gregory, and I actually customized it for him. And that's the one that is just off the chain. It's just no way to describe. It's metaphysical. It's a metaphysical tonic. Okay. All right. So real quick, if you have a cell phone, excuse me, you got a cell phone, we have these devices that you put in your cell phone that actually work and have been tested on a quantum physical level. They don't block radiation, because if you block the radiation of a phone, it won't work. So we have these devices. This one is Protect Pro that you put in your cell phone. And when you talk to other people, it sends a quantum frequency through the phone, and it begins to nullify and turn and change the frequency of the radiation in their phone. It can be tested. You put it in the back of your phone. It's not like those ones that block radiation, because that your phone is radiation. What you'd like to do is change the frequency. We also have a device like this. This is a Protect Pro SD95. This disc, it sends out a frequency 15 feet, and it nullifies or changes the frequency of microwaves, radiation, any type of those EMFs, electromagnetic frequencies that are actually causing our bodies to be toxic. We don't sell them directly. We distribute them, but they sell so fast we have none on the website. So what you do is you may see the product on the website, but then it tells you to go to, where's the website? ImproveYourLife.us. If you go to ImproveYourLife.us, they've got a lot of products, and I'm about to show you the last one before we log off, that actually nullify or change the frequency of all kinds of electromagnetic toxins. That's a whole other kind of toxin. This one, I have one on my keychain. I have one in my car. It puts a bubble around. Like right now, that's a lot of electronics here. I'm not affected by them because this is changing the frequency. You can have it on your key, especially if you got an electric car. Oh, you really, you riding in your friend's car that's electric, you have no idea the electromagnetic fields that are coming from that. Even a regular car, but electric cars especially. So we have these at elevationtime.com, or you can go to improveyourlife.us, and he's got all kinds of things, all kinds of products that actually change the frequency. I actually did an interview with him that's going to be coming out soon. And this guy is from Germany, and the Germans got all kinds of technology that we just barely even getting up on the game. There's one called Food Protect. The Food Protect changes the frequency of your food, and it takes all your food and makes it almost organic. No matter what it is, you just put it down, and I think it's 30 feet or is it 60 feet? The Food Protect will protect food 60 feet away. So we have these in the lab where we make products. We use this and just put it near the herbal products, and it makes everything, it seals everything up into this energetic quantum field grid so that it switches it from inorganic into organic. It's called the Food Protect. And it's big like a credit card. You can take it with you to the restaurant. put it on the table or just have it in your pocket, and everybody's eating more healthy. Yeah, that one is a deep one. It's called Food Protect. SD2 Food Protect. Once again, that's available at improveyourlife.us. And there's another one. I really like this one. It's called Good Night. Good Night and Sleep Well. It used to be called Sleep Protect. It's actually called Sleep Protect. This one helps you sleep like crazy. It nullifies all the radiation that you're getting from your Wi-Fi and radiation. Your neighbor got a microwave. All this stuff is hitting you. This one helps you sleep really good. But there's many products that they make at improveyourlife.us. You can only purchase there if you say Dr. B sent you. It's the only way you can get it. It's not a public company. Okay? So we're distributing them, and we work together. That's a big product. And when you see how they work, it's going to blow your mind. It's amazing. It's amazing how they work. It's a whole website full of all these different products. Website's a little wild now. You're going to find out. It's a little old-fashioned, but he does that on purpose, you see, so that he can keep doing what he's doing. Okay? Real quick. Yeah, the food one is off the chain. I have one in the pantry. I have one on top of the refrigerator. Things in the refrigerator stay fresh longer. And you're like, how does this little things like plastic? How does it work? It's quantum physics. No distance, no space between anything. And he's recalibrating these constantly for new toxins that pop up. Now he's in Florida or in Germany, but he's got this quantum computer where he can change all of them, everyone in the world, all his products. When he finds out new things that can offend us, like 6G is here now, this helps to protect you from 6G. They didn't publicize 6G because y'all went crazy with 5G. Y'all was tripping. So they said, well, let's keep it private. Don't even tell them about 6G. They got 6G. And they may have 7G. You see what I'm saying? You don't know because they're going to stop telling you everything. Just do what they got to do and let you be happy and go to work and get your paycheck and get candy on the weekend. So yeah, those products are from improveyourlife.us. They're sold out on our website. There's also one that I thought I had here that you rub on your water bottle, and it causes your water bottle to become structured, the water to become structured. Immediately, all the toxins drop to the bottom just by rubbing this little metal tube on your water bottle. And also we have one, at the lab, we have one on the water supply. There's one that you can buy that you put on the water pipe, and all the water in that building is what they call balanced, structured. Yeah, this is high technology. So thank you very much. And what I would like to do right now is show you one last thing. I'd like to congratulate you all for joining us, and thank you for sticking in there with us. And I know we said this was only going to be a couple hours, but I guess this is a couple quantum hours because there's no time and space in the quantum world. So I'm going to get this thing ready. Let me turn it on and tune it up. It's a device I'm about to show you. So thank you very much. And remember to keep sending out that energy wave to all the people in the world, and let go of judgment. Let go of judging others and talking about others and who the enemy is, because a lot of times that enemy is within us. It's in us. We got to look at ourselves and no longer be victims, and keep sending energy to those folks in California who have been misplaced and who are missing, and the children, and folks have lost everything. And not only there, the folks in Hawaii, folks in Puerto Rico are still recovering, the folks in Australia, all over the world, the parts of Africa, Ethiopia, in Nigeria, folks in Southeast Asia, folks in the Ukraine and in Russia, and all of these places that they've named. Really, it's one world, one planet, one us. So let's work on being lighthouses and lighten up yourself. Have a little more fun. Yeah. Yes. And go to elevationtime.com and check out the medicine music. In fact, I was told to put this up earlier and I didn't. Somebody's asking, where is your medicine music, Doc? I think here it is. And you can find Dr. B's medicine music at elevationtime.com. The songs I played earlier is a preview to a project that's not out yet, but there are 4 projects that are there now. And please go to YouTube and check out the Sonic Immersion 1 and 2. 2 has gone viral. Over 80,000, maybe more than that now, people who are listening to that, and it's changing them at a root level. Medicine music, very powerful. And medicine music is a term that, my partner and I created back in the year 2000. So people are using it now, but actually we kind of started that back then. We didn't we did, but it's okay. So medicine music is music that helps to heal, just like herbs and vitamins, but it's medicine, it's vibration. So go to YouTube, right, and check out the Dr. B's Sonic Immersion 1 and 2. 2 is the one that's going viral. And subscribe on YouTube. So you'll know when we got, new projects coming out. We got a bunch of new stuff coming out. And we also have our show Serious Vibes is about to start up again. Be sure you're on our email list at elevationtime.com. Get on the email list so that you can get a notification. It's a newsletter list. We'll, be sending out things, and you could also put your phone number there too, because we're going to be doing a text message, alert soon. We're working on that process. So send out energy from yourself. Become a lighthouse. If you got nothing good to say nothing. Stop joining in and stop liking all these things that you don't really like. You just want your name to pop up. Why do we just want likes? Likes. What we'd like to do is create leaders. How many of you out there ready to be leaders? How many of you would like to be members and get the special things that you're going to get at Elevation? How many of you would like that, to be down with us? We're going to be going places soon. We're working on this project with Dr. Mahdi and several other people, where between 2025 and 2027, we got a lot coming. So we've been through a lot. You've been here. Thank you. Thank you for joining in. And thank you for being here and investing. And lastly, check your vibe right now. Scan your body. And I want to show you something that's amazing. Scan your body. And from 0 to 10, how do you feel? Physically, mentally, spiritually. From 0 to 10, give it a number. How do you feel? And we're going to do something that has the power to change everything and take your levels up to a huge number, much higher. What's your number right now? What do you feel? Some folks are saying 10 and 9. I guess after today, folks are empowered. And I'm going to say this too. A lot of people claim they're healers. They claim they're healers because they want to be healers, and they learn the technique, and they got cards and, techniques and prayers and meditation and massages. And yeah, I guess if you would like to, on an ego level, call yourself a healer. But what we're really into is empowerment. We're empowering people. Empower people. You're not doing the healing. How do you get to take all the credit for an energy that's been here traveling for millions of years through the universe? That's ego. I'm a healer. I'm a this. Even if you went to school and became a doctor, I'm a doctor. Doctor means what? Teacher. How many doctors actually teach? Dr. Mahdi was here today. He teaches. To document, to teach. That's what doctor means. Heal ourselves first, but let's help empower people. Empowerment. Be an empowerment coach or something. I don't know, something that helps people do it themselves. Otherwise, it's not going to work, because you're not going to be there when you leave the room. You're not always going to be there. Let folks help themselves, and help yourself by helping others. All right, we got numbers here. I'm going to do something. I'm going to shine a light into the camera. And when I do this, let's see if your number changes. This is a quantum light. I'd like to see how it responds within you. Are you ready? When you see the light, check your body and see if your number has gone up or gone down. Are you ready? Let's go. Check your number. Check your number. Has it gone up? Has it gone down? 10 is supposed to be the top. So maybe at 10, you got to put numbers on top of that. The quantum light. This is blown my mind what this does. This quantum light. This light sends a frequency to every part of your body through light. A quantum light, which can be used on your body, on plants, on animals, on your neighborhood. It increases the energy of anything you shine it on. I'm going to say it again. It increases the energy of anything you shine it on. On the website, it's called the High Energy Light Wand, Quantum Field Energy Light. High Energy Light Wand. Quantum Field Energy Light. High Energy Light Wand. Is that deep? Somebody says one more time. Okay, you ready? Just look at the screen. What that light does is it changes every cell in your body. Every cell received that light. That's the original light coming from the core of the universe, traveling through you. It increases your energy. We can't keep these in stock. They move too quickly. You can shine this on folks. Folks are going off. Just shine the light on them. It's like the flashlight from George Clinton. Flashlight, neon light. Shine it on your plants. In fact, my plants behind me, they could use it because I haven't been in here in a while. People put it on pets. They shine it on their garden. And the light travels 150 feet. So it could be some folks across the street you want to shine some light on. And there's another one that actually is a bigger one that will do 300 feet. So go to the website. Once again, let me put it back up here. ImproveYourLife.us to get your high energy light wand. This is what it looks like. Okay. It's a waterproof, very special military grade light with a special frequency in it. How it works, I have no idea. I know it's changed my life. You can use it as for acupuncture, acupressure, for folks that do massage, all those type of things. You put that light on there and it changes the energy of whatever you shine it on. It's amazing. If you feel that you're worth it, and if you can't afford it, go get one. And when you go to ImproveYourLife.us, you must say Dr. B sent you. Without that, they're not going to let you purchase because it's not a public site. In fact, they're trying to stay under the radar because once the such and such folks find out about this, there'll be problems because they try to keep this technology out of our public eye. But you got it first right here at elevationtime.com. Give yourselves a round of applause. Send some energy out, y'all, in all directions. Be the lighthouse. Let go of the things you no longer desire. Elevate your mind, body, and soul. If it's not medicine music, why should you listen to it if it's going to make you unmedicined or ill? Watch being involved with things that are sucking your energy out. Watch who and what you're involved with, who you're hanging out with. Watch, be very careful what you're agreeing to and what you're liking. Spend a little more time investing in yourself instead of so much online with the scrolling, so much on the news, and let other people live the life they came to live. You detoxify from judgment. Detoxify from some of this stuff that's carrying you down. Because when you judge others, actually you're judging yourself. When you point at others, there's 3 fingers pointing back at you. So be careful. Much love to you all. I want to thank everybody at Elevation Time. The staff came up with this idea about, doing this cleanse, and we'll be back next week. Make sure you're on the email list so you can know what day, and I'll be doing, showing you how I've changed, and because I'm going to do it through the whole time with you. So we're doing this together collectively. And when we do things with that collective consciousness, that energy becomes a force field. It's a force to be reckoned with. In oneness, let's come together and make love in oneness. What is your goal? What is your telos? Where are you going? And what is on your ship in your cargo hold? What's in your basement, in your cells, in your body that's eating you alive? What is holding you back? Let's rise. 2025, it's time to rise. Are you ready? So I'm going to play a little music, some more I Allow before we go. And I'll see you next week right here live and in living color for the next section or the next week of the cleansing and detoxification program. Allow yourself to be your best self. Get your light, get your cleanse, get your discount. Thank you very much. See you again soon.
I allow myself to be my best self, to be creative, and to let go. I allow myself to live an elevated life, to stay focused and clear, always moving towards a goal. I allow myself to let go and to learn to live and to grow. myself time and space. I allow.